Boys! Holy fucking heckin' shit, it's happening. Good frickin' day. We are now less than 24 small hours away from phase fucking 3, boys. We are truly blessed on this fine day. We are truly up tremendous in a way that the heavens could not even comprehend if they came down and saw it for themselves. And I consider myself very fucking lucky to be alive on this fine day to see it. I went to the grocery store with Carla and we met up with my mom. We had some delicious lunch. We got everything we need for our meal prep for tomorrow to make sure I'm eating good in the neighborhood and no Applebee's. And I cleaned my car. I went in and like detailed the inside of that bitch. That looks and smells phenomenal, and I sprayed all my seats with an enzyme cleaner to get the farts out. So, boys, I'm feeling good. Everything that I needed to do, like, we're doing. I feel like I knocked out a big productive task, because when I was doing my lawn and stuff, over the course of it, I brought in more fill, I brought in hay, and I just like never vacuumed out the hay, because I kind of fuck with the hay. And then I would always wonder why my allergies were so bad. So I finally I was like, fuck it. I'm doing it before P3 starts because I'm not going to want to do it when P3 starts. I'm not going to be taking much time, you know, out of my waking hours once P3 starts off a stream. It'd just be stupid to. I wake up, I shit, I shower, I stream, we pump, right? So, I'm glad I got it all done, dude. Bad Dad, Zyrus, what up, my boys? Are we fucking stoked for tomorrow? Brother, fucking believably stoked. Yes, unbelievably stoked, to say the absolute least. I am so fucking pumped. Like, you do not understand, dog. I hadn't even been able to show my screen for the longest time. Like, I am finally able to make content again. I'm finally able to be a streamer again. I'm finally able to do my fucking job again. Dude, I'm ungodly excited. I need to sleep tonight because we have a 24-hour stream tomorrow, right? But I'm probably not going to be able to sleep tonight. Jesus fucking Christ. Toasty, the first in chat. Mr. Bloons, Matthew, Nihao. How you doing, my boy? Guys, who has already downloaded? Who has completed their file ops, their Delta merges? Who is all good to go tomorrow? Now, rumor has it from the Discord. Well, so it's not really a rumor. It's from them directly. Kino, what up, dog? You have the patch today. This is the preload up to today. Tomorrow, there will be one small patch that will come in about an hour before servers go live, according to them. No, about an hour before servers go live, we'll see the patch. That should be a very good indicator of how we're looking. Should. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely the fuck not. But is it a really, really, really good indicator that we are getting extremely close once that patch is dropped? Oh, fuck yeah. So, me personally, dude, I'm ready as shit. I'm so beyond ready. I've got food, I've got water, I've got a whole lot of motivation to tank some mobs, and we got a whole lot of people in the fucking community that are ready as well. We are truly fucking up tremendous. Daz, what up, my dog? It's the most hype I've been for a game in a while. Dude, it's a different level of hype when there's an entire community involved. Like, I swear to God. There are, you know, single player launches and stuff, and people are excited for the game to come out and like get cracking, right? But with MMOs and all of those very social games, right? Especially something like Ashes where it is all open world, all social, like, dude, this is what we work for. This is what we try to get to show our progression as a community and to show what we can do, dog. Zob, what am I, dude? Devil's Reflex. Good morning, dude. I bought into the big package a long time ago, so I guess I get Alpha 3, don't I? Wait, what do you mean the big package a long time ago? Like, how big and how long ago are we talking? Because depending on which pack you have, you might have had access long before P3, but you may also have some dope-ass skins with that pack. So if you're curious about what comes in your pack, I would recommend going over to the Ashes of Creation website, logging in there, going to the store, and it'll show you like which skins are included in your pack, what your pack fully includes, so you know, and then you're all good to go. You can also upgrade packs, some packs, if you have other packs that are like within that same launch period, you can get an upgrade off there as well. So I would definitely check that out, but P3 is, as you probably heard at this point, tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST for the launch. The pre-download is available right now. So it is a massive patch. Massive patch. So I would definitely recommend getting the pre-download done today. There will be another patch tomorrow before P3 goes live, but that's very likely going to be a much smaller patch than the one today. This is really the big P3 patch, and we're able to download it now ahead of time because of the size of it. If they didn't let people download this until like an hour before servers went up, people would have been fucked. Like, I have fast PC, I have good internet too. And I have allergies. Carded is 73 today. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a juicer of a goddamn round. Holy shit. Yeah, that's good. I mean, ball doesn't move, hole doesn't move. So realistically, as long as you hit the ball in the same place every single time, golf is really easy. Nothing's moving. Like, in theory, fucking like basketball should be harder than golf. But for whatever reason, everyone just sucks at golf. Ball doesn't move, hole doesn't move. I don't see the issue. Just swing, and then ball goes where you want it to. People just overcomplicate things, man. 2 doubles and 0. Oh, whoa, wait. Do we want to talk about the 2 dubskis? What happened? What happened with the 2 dubskis? Oh no, I'm assuming a tree was involved, or maybe, I don't know, like a mid-swing assault occurred. Sure, there will be more bits to download once launch is released, but not as much. Excuse me, oh my god. Yeah, so they did say that there will be another patch tomorrow, right? But that'll be a much smaller patch than this. So I would say overwhelmingly, like, once you get this done, most of the hard work's done. They said again that they would be releasing that smaller patch tomorrow with about an hour, you know, until the servers actually go up. So that's a good indicator. But yeah. There will be, like you said, some smaller bits to download tomorrow. Just another patch, just hopefully good bug fixes. If they are pushing bug fixes through up until the day of phase 3, that's both good and also like, ah shit. Cause like, what other bugs didn't get fixed? But I am happy that they've knuckled down and fixed a whole lot of bugs. I think phase 3 launch, oh my god, I'm dying. I think phase 3 launch is probably going to be in a really good spot because of all of their diligence in bug fixing. Everybody that went over to the private test realm this entire time to actually test, like, it's fucking exciting. Very exciting. He is alive? I am alive. I do exist, yes. Today was stock up on groceries day, and then I got home and I like cleaned the car and everything. I did all of the responsible stuff. So today we'll have a little bit shorter than your average 8-hour stream, but I figure it'll be fine since I'm streaming literally fucking 24 hours tomorrow. I figured nobody will mind if I scoot out a couple hours early tonight. So we'll chill, we'll yap. I'll do some, probably do some loops on the PTR as well. So we got something to look forward to. I do also need to get that guide put together for someone. Well, not for somebody, but for people. I'll probably just like go through and narrate everything that I'm doing in the VOD and then go back and like transcribe it. Or if anybody is already working on it, that would be massive too. Because I didn't have time to finalize it all. I got distracted in the yaps yesterday. And then we also need to figure out where our other leveling groups are going if everybody is going to the anvils. Because, like, as cool and as quirky as an anvil start is, if all of our leveling groups are going out to the anvils, Would it just be better off for us to hit Riverlands? Maybe. Late. I did stuff today. I got my groceries. I went to Sam's Club. I got a rotisserie chickie. We're up tremendous. Based on the Discord survey, 54% going anvils out of 4,000 responses. Yeah. So naturally, there will still be more people that didn't respond to that survey. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty solid split. So I want to be there to help Kaltorum as much as I can. But if we have our other leveling groups going there, we may actually just go Riverland, sneak out of Samia's, and try to get ourselves in a really good spot. Rack, what up, my dude? Hoofsy, we're merging deltas. Brother, we're so fucking up. Oh my god, the 60-day streak as well. Hoofsy, fuck me dirty. Oh my god. Jesus, we're up tremendous. Boys, who is pumped for tomorrow? Because I said this already. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I already know I'm going to lay in bed and I'm just going to like have my eyes closed but be wide awake type shit. I'm going to sleep like dog shit tonight. And then I am going to juice myself with caffeine tomorrow as soon as I get on stream. And it will be caffeine throughout the entirety of the stream. Just kidding. I can't overdo it or I'll probably die. But there will be consumption. Much caffeine consumption. Do you set up pre-scheduled Uber Eats for the next 6 months? Nah, we be meal prepping in this bitch. We're going crazy with it. Planning on 24 hours also? I mean, hopefully my entire group is ready to go 24 hours to say the very least. I think there were some last minute swaps and stuff, but my entire group needs to be ready to go, or we're just gonna steal people's, you know, their grinders from their groups. So one way or the other, my group will continue. I may have to poach, but this will wipe again. So yeah, phase 3, they've all but confirmed that we will have fresh start servers throughout phase 3. And then from there, like, there is always a possibility that something comes up econ wise and they do have to full wipe everything. But even if a fresh start server does pop up throughout it, like say we are, yo Emu, thank you for the 55 day streak, Jesus. Say a fresh start server does open up, right? That fresh start server would very likely pull most of the player base anyways, to the point where there wouldn't be a ton of validity in that, you know, legacy server, it would probably be called at that point, like the older server, right? So with fresh start servers, I mean, they're gonna be essentially soft resets anytime that a fresh start comes out. Most people will just go fresh for the reroll. Some people may stay on a legacy, but overwhelmingly you'll probably see most people going to a fresh, or even just being forced over to the fresh with the closing of a legacy server. So at the very, you know, best case scenario, you know, everything goes ideal with server progression in between progression now and the end of phase 3, and we only need one server. I can already tell you that's likely not going to happen. So I would say, you know, at the very best case scenario, you get your wipe at the end of phase 3 anyways. Realistic scenario, we're probably gonna have multiple fresh starts throughout phase 3, where people will have the option to reroll, may not necessarily be forced to, but will probably be incentivized to either way. So I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be too attached to things you like, or, you know, read too far into things that you don't like at this moment in time. That's one thing I always tell people when they are coming in. There are going to be bugs. It's an alpha. It's not fully launched. Like, we are in the buggy part of things, right? But P3 is the start of our last remaining alpha phase as of right now. 24/7 uptime, constant updates throughout the phase. So I'm personally excited as fuck. So yeah. If you have any questions, please feel free. Even if it's something you think I've been asked like 1,000 times, I'm more than happy to answer it, dog. Usually I start stream right around 2 p.m. EST. Tomorrow, since we hit the last sub goal, I'm going to be starting stream probably like 10 or 11. And then from there, we'll be doing a 24-hour bangathon. Hopefully, I don't get any weird OBS issues during the 24-hour. That would be the worst time for it in human history. But we'll be doing 24 hours tomorrow. I do stream Ashes every single day. So I'm more than happy to yap about quite literally anything you might be wondering. Jeff, 10-day streak, dog. That's absolutely massive. Here's to many more days. I appreciate you. Are we boofing caffeine pills? I mean, I don't think there's a reason for us to not boof caffeine pills, if I'm being completely real. It's okay. Yeah, grab the Discord link, send it to anybody that you need to. Where are you planning on leveling 10 to 15? Well, what? Why would... I'll tell you after I level there. I'll tell you when I'm done. No, honestly, we don't even necessarily know which start we're going just because of the opportunity cost with everything, right? The anvils is really nice, and we want to be able to support the anvils as much as we can, as that's where we're trying to post up. But that's going to take a lot of people, and there isn't necessarily as much support for people out in the anvils at this moment in time with groups. So we may find ourselves going Riverlands. I really want to find a reason to want to go anvils with my group, because I'd love to try to help Kaltorum as it progresses. But I really think the play might be Riverlands. Maybe Riverlands start down into the desert. Really, any number of things are viable. But it's in my opinion all about the start. Once you hit that 10 to 15 like threshold, funny enough, everything opens up exponentially at that point. It's pretty, like, if you're ahead of the curve, it's pretty easy around 15, to say the very least. I think you have probably the most accessibility on the map around 15. You can do something as crazy as trying to be one of the first to Steel Bloom. You have a lot of POIs available pretty much everywhere. Some early node cork farming too can actually go crazy around that level. So, Anvils on Waterfront. Yeah, Anvils is heavily based around the water. Hold on, pull up the map real quick. Anvils is over... Yeet. So this is the Anvils up here. So you have water on your western side, and this little like inlet here is Kaltorum. So this is a node that we're trying to go to. And then you have your other nodes throughout this. You've got water in the Anvils, a lot of elevation changes. But yeah, you've got your full western front on the water, like some California type shit. So, downloaded and played some PTR last night. Game does not like my PZ, but I can run it. I killed some goblins and chopped a few trees and had to go to sleep. Probably gonna be a slow leveler, but I'll try. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of people that are also just gonna be chilling. Keep in mind, gathering, refining, and crafting is actually like really solid XP. So Zop is our crafting lead, and he's been putting in a ton of work to try to figure out like XP ratios and payouts for different different goods, to say the very least. And the findings have been really intriguing regarding the validity of just simply gathering, refining, and crafting shit to level. And I mean like level. So, processing's so expensive. Processing is expensive. I agree. But with processing being expensive, you're very likely going to see processed goods also selling for more, selling for more earlier, even if you're not getting a full refund on those goods or profiting. You could just be burning a certain amount and then just knowingly accepting that, right? So, processing definitely more expensive than it used to be. I think that there's also a lot more validity to safely make money, especially with crates being a thing. But we'll definitely see how it works out. Now, my counter to things being expensive is any of my gatherers early on should just be getting granite and putting it into grinding stones. Now, I don't know what the equivalent for granite into granite grinding stones in the anvils is, because I don't even know granite spawns in the anvils. I'm not one of our gatherers. I hit trees. So, if there's not a granite, to grinding stone output in the anvils, we might be cooked a little bit there, but that's one of the most consistent starts economically that you can have, to say the absolute least. But that's entirely self-sufficient. You flippy floppy? Listen, I'll go where the fuck I want to, Triple. I'll never let him know my next move. I may go to fucking Pelagora. I'm not gonna let you guys know where I'm going. I might have the streamer client that legitimately gets me over to Pelagora, dog. I'm just putting that out there. You never know what I'm going to do and when I'm going to do it. And I won't let you guys know. Maybe I play an old VOD while I'm leveling. Have you guys figured out a solid way to navigate the terraced islands of the anvils? Feels like you have some pathing challenges. Yeah, I mean, the best way is being a rogue, but they did, as Zop said, add bridges and elevators on the bridges more recently. Ban. God dang it, Hoofsy. I don't even know what that is. I didn't know if you wanted that deleted or not. You can repost it if you didn't want it deleted. I don't care if you post it, like. You can post it again. I don't care.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Zwa! Yo, Zwa, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. But yeah, the anvils have received a few implementations, especially with the bridge side of things. Some bridges have elevators, not all bridges have elevators. But if you are, he's leveling in org. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'll start in Stormwind, and then I will work my way over to org. I will be a neutral entity, unfuckwithable by any guards anywhere. So, yeah. Not even the AI will help you, dog. I've paid off the AI. I control the AI. It's my minion. I'm an early summoner debut. This is fucking crazy. It works for me. You can't pay it off. You can only pay me off. I will not give out info. My group's not even gonna know where we're going because I don't know where the fuck we're going. Also, Wood, what up, my dog? The download and all downloads has begun, except for the download tomorrow. That's yeah. So we have the download to end all downloads right now, and then we have a smaller download to end all downloads tomorrow, an hour before servers go live. Wait. Dusty is starting in the anvils because it offers a diverse environment with unique resources and strategic advantages for gameplay. The region's layout allows for better exploration and combat opportunities compared to the Riverlands. AI is so easy to manipulate. So is Twitch chat. Watch. Chat, Twitch Prime. I'll work on it. We'll get there. Oh shit, it worked! Oopsie. Thank you, sir. I am basically Twitch chat engineer. I don't know what it is about this algorithm, but I've mastered it. Wood, coming in with another one. Chat, give me an exclamation key in the chat and give me some Dusty W booties in this bitch. My goodness gracious. What time EST will I be able to download? Right meow. Yeah. So there's the download going right now. This is the big patch. So this is upgrading from 0.13 to 0.15. The key is not to drive your jet ski in the dark. There's no lights out here, chat. Can't see a goddamn thing. Boys, so you can download your 0.15 right now. You can get all squared away with the actual phase 3 update. There will be a bug fix tomorrow, or another patch that goes out tomorrow that they'll throw in as kind of like a last minute patchington. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. So that patch will be a much smaller download, providing you already have this download in place. So I can confirm Anvil's first time user experience is much better now. No claustrophobia, no freaking out. The claustrophobia is crazy. Yeah, there were definitely some spots where it was easy to get turned around. Yo, Pax. Speaking of getting turned around, throwing that thing back. Pax, I'm so fucking pumped, dog. Much less than 24 hours. And the way that it's looking, they may actually have it ready for 1 p.m. Like, I might be crazy, but I'm kind of optimistic, boys. Also, if anyone was thinking about juicing the gifties today, hold off. You save 35% tomorrow. I'm just saying. You got a whole wad of gifties in your wallet ready to go. You can gift 35% more subs tomorrow with anything over 5. Gifted sub bundles of 5 or more will have a 35% discount, boys. So that is where the juice, the sauce, everything comes in. You throw it all at me. PTR closes in 3 hours. Fuck! You've got some last minute exploring to do? Yeah, now the question is, chat, how do we feel outside of first time user experience the Anvils is? That is the question. Now, Sure, there are going to be a lot of wilderness areas where people can get XP. But I feel as though the lack of POIs and the direct entry into pocket dungeons through quest introduction is going to make it very crowded. Glop is love, Glop is life. Hello, Glop. I hope you're having a Glop day. Made a tune, did some quests, and I'm almost 8. How long did that take? Questing is really not a bad startup, I will say, like, at all. If you are in a spot, like, we did a lot of Anvil's run-throughs yesterday because it's really efficient the first time user experience, right? And it makes sense to try to teach as many people as we can that early, questing to mount acquisition. And if we can get people ahead of the curve in the Anvils and be one of the first people to those pocket dungeons, then that's going to be great. It's just a matter of, like, where do we go after the pocket dungeons? That's always, like, the wild card. Because once that initial spawn, like, you get to your initial spawn, you farm that up a few levels, you don't know anything else that's happening anywhere on the map. It's not like I can just have somebody with a flyer go over and report. Like, we don't have shit. So we just have to guess everywhere that we're going. We have to hope it works out. And we just got to ball out. So a lot of people are going to think that they have this set, refined plan, right? Plans work great in an ideal scenario. Good luck getting an ideal scenario in a goddamn open world MMO is all I got to say. Loki, I think one of the best approaches is to go in with less of a plan and just be fluid. Know a lot of spawn areas where you could farm and then just adjust off of what you're feeling. I think it was set to be level 1 to 6 and TTM 20 minutes max, 30 if you pick up the Rampkin quest. We could push, I think you could push sub 10 Anvils. Got lost in the Mines Pocket Dungeon, stuck on the bottom floor for like 30 minutes. Oh no. Yeah, that's actually tragic. Now, unstuck leading to death is also less than ideal, but maybe the unstuckington there would have been the best opportunity. But if you have materials, then you're kind of cooked. So, do get the ram on up here though, as opposed to that trash horse. Well, you don't need to shit on the horse. You don't need to be mean to the fucking horse. You also get multiple ram mounts. I don't know if they, I don't know if they nerf the ram or the multiple acquisitions of the ram. It's just an old swayback plotter. Oh, fucking God. Wait, we should just get the audio clips of some of the AI voices and rock those for alerts. I feel like that would be fire. Like some of the redeems. That might hit. I would hate that. I would hate hearing those AI voices. They're so pesky. Like, they give me the heebie-jeebies. But it might be fire. Glop will just be there to make friends and give hugs. Glop, that's the best positivity to spread. The best positivity to spread. Got 2 rams 10 minutes ago. So not so far. Yeah, I mean, the 2 rams is pretty juiced as well, I will say. Now, the thing is, if we're looking at the Riverlands versus the Anvils, right? Ram is 400% now confirmed by Steven and can fly. Yes. Ram, first publicly acquired flying mount. Is this a waiting room? No, this is Patrick. Yeah, this is a goddamn waiting room. It always has been. Always will be. It's always cake. Steven mentioned it should be patched for launch. Oh, significant nerf to the rammers. Significant nerf. Now, keep in mind, if you do get a ram, then you also have to deal with in your ear every time you jump. So just like enjoy that if you are starting Anvils. That's gonna drive people fucking insane. Although maybe the skin distribution saves people if you do have your mount skins already. But that's, bro, that shit was worse than the goddamn Scorpion. Should I uninstall then reinstall for phase 3? Probably would be my recommendation. They said in the Discord that if you have a slower PC, it's probably faster to do so. I've got a pretty solid PC, and as you can see, literally nothing else is running on it except for the Ashes launcher because I dual PC stream. So, fortunately, my stream PC does the brunt of the heavy lifting with like Discord and, my browser and all of that stuff. So, all I know is that Strawberry Uncrustables are the best Uncrustables. Yeah, but how would you feel about fluff Uncrustables? Like peanut butter and fluff instead of peanut butter and jelly? I feel like a fluffer nutter goes fucking hard. Calling double mounts the end of noob life. I got that out of 20 minutes in level 5. But I learned yesterday I need to craft the spellbow because book does AoE and cause problems with leveling past that. What's fluff? What? Oh wait, is that a regional thing? So picture like a marshmallow and whipped cream fucked and had a baby. So it's like that sticky marshmallowy consistency, but it's like a spread. Mallows are gross. The fuck is wrong with you? You ever light a marshmallow on fire and then let it sit for a sec and then blow it out and then eat the whole scorched thing? Because that's fucking delicious. Get a nice little crunchy carapace on it. That's so good. It's ungodly good. You just buy a spellbow from a vendor? Yeah. I mean, depending, like if you're starting in the anvils, the bonus to the anvils is that you get absolute fucking guap from starting out there. You'll finish the first time user experience with like 10 fucking silver, which is more than enough to buy one of your weapons. Oh wait, no purchasables on launch. No items from vendor on launch. They want everything to be made by players. They said nothing from vendors, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, I just remembered that. I just done it? Yeah, I think they said yesterday in the Discord that there'll still be gear tokens. Right. What, gear tokens? Didn't they take out the gear tokens and replace them with the multi-choice quest rewards? Because the tokens were the old first-time user experience, and then they updated that to have the multi-choice quest rewards, right? Because I think they got rid of those. And then they said that they don't want anything acquirable from vendors. No gear tokens, the quest reward things, yes. Nothing else acquirable from vendors as far as we know. I actually love that. Yes, me too. Ashes is entirely built around player-to-player trade and like multiple people investing in their various roles, right? To actually make things happen. And I think that is one of the rewards of having a very large community that is all committed to their roles. Our gatherers, refiners, and crafters will be absolutely pumping out crafted gear as much as they can. Like, all of our dedicated crafters should be working with gatherers in the Discord, finding gatherers that would be willing to work with them to pump stuff out for our levelers. And if they can just pump out full sets of stuff, like, it doesn't take long. Fupo was pumping out heroic gear yesterday for level 0, and it didn't take him long solo. And I guarantee if we have a group of 8 people feeding a crafter, we could have heroic sets pumped out for our groups within a couple hours. Like blue to heroic, fucking easy. Very, very, very easy. From the quests I see, there's a lot of them still questionable. Are you talking about the actual tokens, like the surplus tokens that you turn into the vendor emu? Or what are you talking about? There are a lot of things that are likely to be changed by tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't know if there are things in this 0.15 build that we haven't seen, so it's definitely going to be intriguing. Patch notes, I'm hoping we get those early tomorrow as well, because if they drop the patch notes, excuse me, yeah, no, I'll just go fuck myself, I guess. The fuck do you mean I've been disconnected from the server? Lick my fucking balls. Disconnect me from the server? I'll disconnect you from your stupid fucking Alpha 2 Phase 3. I don't know how to DDoS, but it's been a thing lately. I was just disconnected too. Unable to authenticate Intrepid Cloud services. Boys, I think we're cooked. I think we might be fucked. I'm still connected. Did we all get hacked? Is it Hacker Man? Because I think it might be the notorious hacker known as 4chan pulling up on us. Stragma, the 60-day streak is massive, by the way, dude. I appreciate you. You and Hoofsy are twinsies. It's actually adorable. All right. We must relog, and then we'll be up tremendous. Unable to authenticate cloud services. Please try again after a few moments. What do we do? I feel as though I've lost all will to live. Our best. What if our best isn't enough? It's on their end, don't panic. Well, I'm still panicking. I wanted to fucking play. I was grocery shopping and shit all day. Weird, I got in. Why? I'm the streamer. The fuck do you mean you got in? They fuck up the whitelist again? What the fuck do you mean? What about the PTR? Can I log into the PTR? Because, like, I'll just do loops on the PTR and then download it later tonight. All right, we're into the PTR. We're just playing PTR, boys. Beautiful. All right, so we minimize that, and then we have our plan. It's gonna be PTR time for the lads, to say the very least. To say the very least. Fupo! Hello, friend. How are you this evening? All right, let's see. Yeah. 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 And yeah. All right, massive. All right, we've got the safety net up. I'm hopping on the PTR. I'm just going to run my pre-download later tonight, I think, is the play. My launcher is being hella weird right now. You still have to do your write-up plan on PTR? Yes, 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 yes. I was trying to think of the easiest way that I could actually, like, end up transcribing it. And I was thinking I would probably just have to, like, yap it out in terms of what I'm doing, and then go back in the VOD and type that as well. So we'll see. But it'll definitely be a multi-step process. But yes, we got to do that. I also have to figure out what I actually want us to do to start. Hope it isn't the SSD issue going around. Bro, I know a lot of people that have got some crazy SSDs in their time. So, yeah, I'm really hoping that's not spreading, but just make sure that nobody convinces you to do anything you don't want to do, Hoofs. And really, you should stay pretty clean. But if you do think you have an SSD, it's important to go to your doctor early, because throughout phase 3, you're probably going to be sitting a lot. And if that burning is getting to you, then it's not going to be very comfortable. So, chat, if any of you think you have an SSD, please make sure you get checked. Communicate with your partner at all times, and just be very transparent. So, need some penicillin when your pen is illin. Wait, is penicillin for anything else? Is it legitimately just for, like, pee pains? What if we have an M2? Was much larger fan of the M1 Abrams. I think the M2 was much smaller. We got the method now. In Ashes of Creation, the best leveling route is to focus on questing in starter zones, completing local quests for XP, then move to higher level areas once you hit level thresholds. Oh fuck, I didn't think about moving to higher level areas. Holy shit, it's been a month and a half and I'm still level 8 because I've been killing goblins outside of Lionhold. What the fuck, that was life-changing. Oh my god. Holy Streg. Wow. Wow. That's a massive update. Chat, did you guys know once you outlevel an area, you're supposed to move to the next level threshold, the next area, to try to get the most out of it? Fucking monumental. Monumental. What if I don't have a primary doctor? Are you your own doctor? Still been killing Grems. All of the Grems all the time, dog. That's the tech that I wasn't gonna tell you guys, but now that it's leaked, you stay in one area doing the same thing and you never leave. Pours all day? Yeah. You have a lot of different routes, and all of those routes include staying the fuck away from me. Whatever route I'm doing, it's the worst route in the game, and nobody else should ever do that route because I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm doing. Very simply put. So if you're like, oh wow, Dusty looks like he's getting a lot of XP over here. I'm not. It's an illusion. You sit there and you go, you go hit your Grems, You go hit a couple wolves outside of Lionhold, complete those commissions, and make sure that you craft a lot in Lionhold. You should break your starter gathering tools multiple times, getting all of the weathered oak that you can, so that way new players can't have any, and then you should refine all of it, and that's how you should spend your time to start out. Chat, don't do that, by the way. You will not get XP. And you won't make any money. Microsoft has not yet fixed the SSD issues with Windows 11. Oh, are there actually SSD issues? I don't fucking keep up with that shit, dog. I press start streaming every day and I fucking pray that it turns on, and if it turns on, it's a good day. I'll keep it a buck with you. If it simply fucking works, it's a good day, dog. That's the best news I can get. Only farming all the weathered oak and rocks in Lionhold now, thanks to the tip. Wait, no, you stay away from that granite. Can you give me another tip? After stream. I got one more for you that's gonna help you a lot before phase 3. Believe me. Supposedly nuking SSDs. Wait, is it just like a Windows 11 issue, or is it like a Windows 11 X Ashes of Creation collaboration? What's going on here? Tarv, thank you for 5 days streak, dog. Appreciate you. Chat. Does anyone have the level list of pocket dungeons by chance in the anvils? I know that they posted them a while ago with some patch notes, and I'm sure they got like compiled somewhere, or they're still active. But do they have a list? Or do we have a list? Tarv, thank you for 5 days streak. It's pre-patched on the launcher. Pre-patch is in the launcher, yes. So you can download the majority of the patch today. And then from there will be another small update tomorrow. And you'll have one more update. And then P3 goes live. So, good time to get the P3 launch jitters out of the way. Put the patch out today. Yeah, absolutely. And I also think that it's a really, really, really good idea because it's such a large patch. Say they gave us, I don't fucking know, 2 hours to put this patch out. Bro, you think Zine's playing that day? No. Dude wouldn't be seeing P3 until we were level 20. He'd be absolutely cookington. So, speaking of which, somebody has to tell Zine to download his fucking game. Because if he can't get in and start gathering, we're fucked. I need him soullessly in the flower patches. We need to just get him a sickle and let him cook. The mail carrier delivers Zine's internet. Brother got the fucking milkman subscription out there. Dude, it's awful. I don't understand like how his setup even supports a stream between his internet being so bad, and I think he like put bubblegum in his like the slots for his GPU and stuff. His PC doesn't run too hot either. So I'm hoping for the best for him, but my god, yeah, he's gonna be downloading probably for a couple of days. Oh, Chad, do we think that we go anvils or do we think that we go riverlands? That is the biggest question on my mind right now for the group. Cheeks asked, what are you most excited for in P3? Immediately or over the course of it? Over the course of it, arenas. I'll be real. Arenas, I think, are going to add so much replayable content just on a day-to-day that it's going to be a very fun thing. It's going to give me legitimately hours and hours and hours of content a day. I can legitimately just play arenas anytime that I'm not doing anything in the open world. And keep in mind, I can't simultaneously be in the open world and in arenas at the same time. So when arenas come out, if I choose to go into arenas, I'm sacrificing all of the benefits of the open world. I no longer get any of those things as, you know, as benefits. I'm not gearing, I'm not econing, I'm not holding down space, I'm not gathering, refining, crafting, I'm not doing anything. So it is most definitely a substantial trade-off. So I'm excited for those. Immediately on P3 launch, I'm excited for the new gearing. It is a pretty heavy emphasis on getting into grand dungeons earlier instead of just rushing like Steel Bloom and then named mob farming, right? And I'll be real, I think most people were in the consensus that named mob farming was the worst form of farming in Ashes right now. So I'm really happy that, you know, at least until they're able to get named mob farming in a little bit better of a place overall, they're giving us, you know, an alternative route, right? Those Grand Dungeon sets, those high level 29 sets, having your active proc bonuses, those are huge, right? Especially if you have those and other guilds don't. Bro, early on, a strike proc could just murder somebody. I'll be real. Strike is going to hit real hard early. There is going to be some validity in that before people are gearing. So, the first people that get into those Grand Dungeons, into Forge, into Carfin, and pump those, that's going to be a huge race. So, those will be where I think a lot of your contests are. I think a lot of people will probably hit Carfin first. So, Carfin will probably be your S tier. Forge will probably be your A tier. A+ tier, depending on what else is available. But Ancient Dunes and Weapons also kind of slap. So I think we have a couple of very, very solid options early on instead of everybody going to Steel Bloom. And then I also think that we will see less of our gear represented from named mob drops than previously. Like a smaller percentage of our gear represented from named mob drops. So no equipment from vendor in Bonfire on the PTR. Yeah. Wait, PTR updated today? Yeah, I just downloaded a PTR update. Did they take away all the vendor gear already? Because they did say that there wasn't going to be vendor gear. I just got the PTR update. And then, like, made my character. So, now I'm trying to decide if I want to do a Mount Dune run through or if I want to go Riverlands. I just got a bow. Where do you get your bow? Vendor? Keith, what up, my dude? Dude, it's fucking going. I'm unbelievably excited. I'll be completely real. I didn't think the day would come where I saw phase 3 being tomorrow without me being absolutely burnt the fuck out. And I'm happy to say that we made it. We went through what should be the hardest phase of content creation that Ashes of Creation will ever have. Primarily having to hide our screen and run VODs. And, you know, not being able to show any content that actually meant anything. And still grew a little bit during it. Still got some hype back. And I'm excited to finally feel like a real content creator again. I can show my gameplay. I can yap about what I'm doing with you guys. Oh my god, dude. I, like, the concept of it is still, like, not fully wrapped around my head that we're going to be back to normal after this. I'll be able to just stream. It has been, unironically, so fucking difficult to be confident that I was making entertaining content while not being able to show gameplay that was actually synced up to anything, right? So I am fucking elated. The opportunity to be a normal content creator again, the opportunity for the community to grow. The 24-hour stream is hopefully going to be hype as shit. We'll be having throat coat breaks throughout the stream where, well, not breaks, but I'll be drinking throat coat tea throughout the stream to try to keep the, you know, the vocal cord health in mind. So I'm really pumped. I think that the biggest thing on my mind is where am I actually going to bring my group? I don't know where our other statics are planning to go. I think every other group is planning to start in the Riverlands. But, like, not the Riverlands, I'm so sorry, the Anvils. But the Anvils is probably going to be pretty populated, and there may not be a lot of opportunity available there. And the Riverlands may unironically be the play early. It's so hard to say. Genuinely so hard to say. So I'm really thinking, and I'm really gonna be weighing it back and forth in terms of where we want to go. And then I've got to do a couple more run-throughs of the Mount Dune questing experience going out the bonfire side, because we've got to get a guide up for people so they can hit the quests and get the fuck out. So both areas will be packed early on. Right, and I feel like the Riverlands supports more people than the Anvils does. That's kind of where I'm leaning as my worry, right? The anvils has more like wilderness spawns, but those are going to be like 1-star elites, low levels. And then maybe you're just transitioning down to the tropics, but the tropics doesn't really have much playable area either. And I think the riverlands into the desert, like all of those adjacent areas are probably going to be incredibly good. So it's just, it really is a matter of if you think you can get ahead of the curve in the anvils and stay ahead of the curve, or if you feel more confident doing that in the riverlands. But yeah, it's definitely going to be packed. Knowing the first time user experience wherever you are going is going to be fucking imperative. And if you're getting cooked on something as simple as like, I'm doing sweat on my brow and I can't find the weathered oak. Oh my god, wait, what's going on? That's going to... That's gonna suck. So, Mr. Curve, a name for the low-hanging fruit. I mean, listen, that's never a bad idea. Realistically, like, there is the element of like, yeah, I want to be able to get ahead of things, but there is also the enjoyability of just playing the game and vibing. So, I don't really think that there is a huge separation, in my honest opinion, between hitting level 25 like first or hitting level 25 100th, right? And I think if you were in a group that is pumping along anyways, then you're probably going to hit 25 quite quickly regardless. So that's just my thought on it. Like, I won't even be on my end like 1000% worried about hitting 25 first. That's not necessarily our goal. We're going to be trying to secure some gear on the way up, maybe some good drops, maybe it sometimes go over and kill beasts depending on what we're looking at, and try to farm up some shit for our farmers. It's a lot that we can do. And I think that it is far from only about XP. So getting out of anvils will be easier, more players going for the new experience. So if you're already familiar with it, you'll blast through it. But Riverlands has more POI, so you need to move from anvils after getting ahead. Right, that's my fear, is like, sure, you can probably, like, you know, if you practice the first time user experience in the anvils exclusively, like, I've got that shit down at this point. I'm pretty confident that I could just hop in and start cooking, right? Oh, cool. We're up tremendous. I'm pretty confident that I could do what I need to over there, get ahead of people. But the biggest thing, like you said, is where do I go after I'm ahead? Once I've got my mount, once I'm set up, what is the play? And I don't know. Safe Fast Sure Quest in Riverlands gives too good of initial gear to ignore a Riverland start. Right. Near level 5 by bonfire. You can honestly get to 5 if you're doing it quickly. Yeah, that's the largest thing. It's really just like, where do you want to be through the first time user experience? Which one are you more confident in? So, Safe Fast Sure in Riverlands. Now, did they add a Safe Fast Sure on Samia's side or no? I can't remember if they added something over on this side, because that's going to be a big game changer as well. I think they did, if I remember correctly. Oh wait, oops, I talked to the wrong person. I'm so cooked. Does gear reset after / before official release, so that beta and people who just pick up are on an even playing field? It'll be before the actual like initial release of Ashes, so nothing from playtesting will actually carry over gearing wise, level wise, character wise. Like when Ashes launches, it will be a full fresh launch where everybody is on the same playing field. But keep in mind that the information and like familiarity is also a very real thing. So people that did play a lot before, people that may be more familiar with the system, so to say, they're naturally going to, you know, have a little bit more of that familiarity on launch. But nothing actually, you know, progression based carries over to launch in any way, shape, or form. What's more important for your group, Caltorm, node pumping, or hitting 20 to 25? See, that's the question. That is the question. Because Caltorm node pumping is massively important to have, but we also can't just sacrifice all of our prog to have Kaltorum pumping, or we're gonna be like real behind and not be able to get anything other than scraps anyways. So we need to have like a balance of it, and I think we're going to have most of our people overwhelmingly Kaltorum pumping, right? And that's the big thing, right? If I'm trying to level my character, then it's going to be very simply put, it's gonna be the Riverlands. If I'm trying to help the node and I'm not worried about leveling my character, then that's going to be going out to the Anvils. And I think that's just the big thing that we need to kind of try to solve right now is like, how do we think we could do while simultaneously trying to help the node? Pump KT for the Vanguard. Yeah, and I think we're gonna have a lot of people there. Like, I don't think it's going to be a fucking slouch amount of people that are pumping the node. That shit is going to get a lot of attention. They're going to have a lot of people that are out there. And there's going to be a lot of just natural foot traffic that helps pump the node regardless. So, did we figure out, by the way, if there's a safe fast sure over here? Hot Dog said he hasn't found one. I thought that they added one. I don't know why. But I had the weirdest feeling that they did. Maybe I'm tripping, but I'll finish up this sweatier brow over here. I'm basically just checking out this new starting experience, seeing where everything's at, and trying to get the most out of the starting loop. But really, this is pretty speedy, to say the absolute least. I am almost done safe fast sure on this end. I've also gone through the welcome to Vera quest. I will say it is a little spaced out. Oh, shit. It is a little spaced out over here. Definitely a long haul, but try Patron P3. I'll do it after stream. I want to do a couple of routes to see what I can get. Although I've heard gear drops are terrible, so everyone might be farming resources by level 10. Yeah, that is also something important to keep in mind. As a town gets leveled, right? Town hits level 3. We're going to have apprentice tables there, and the first tables that go up are going to be journeyman tables. So that level 10 gear is going to be way more accessible way earlier on in progression, and that's going to change up everything that we know about prog. So I think like our crafters again hopefully will have a lot of support among themselves to actually make things happen and get ahead of the curve, get to apprentice, be making gear, but we also have to have people that can use that gear. So I think we're going to be trying to really pace with my group. We have a lot of time to level. We're specifically planning around that leveling loop. So I do think for my group, we may just be trying to pump out that actual leveling pace itself. Also, I do kind of fuck with the new Samia's placements of the trade skill tables. Cleans it up a little bit. It's quite nice. Second question that may not be in the game yet, but I watched the Homestead video like 2 to 3 years ago. As a possible solo player, are solo farmers slash breeds going to be able to compete with guild towns slash homesteads? And what do you say currently is the best slash better way to play solo? So basically pumps to 20 so you can carry us all to 25. Yeah, that's also something that I can do. And if I pump to 20, I can go back and spend all of my time, that I got, just saved from the gearing process. And then I can get gear for people. We have waterfall gear coming in. We have a lot of options off of that, I think. So I definitely think my biggest benefit will probably be trying to have my group pumping as much as possible over like that early node prog. I'm thinking that's really the play. But in terms of like starting out by answering the question with the solo thing predominantly, that is what I always try to start out with. Simply because Ashes is always going to be tough for solos. It is a game that is intended to be multiple people working on a singular outcome, right? And with that, if you're trying to come in and you're trying to be completely solo and you're trying to have that similar output to what a group-based player would have, it's not going to be very easy. To put it very simply. Everything is skewed around solos. Skewed around groups. Everything is balanced around groups from the ground up. It's all group all the time. So in terms of like how to best play as a solo, I would honestly say try to find a community that you enjoy playing with. That might be a really shitty answer to hear if you were really looking forward to playing full solo. But at the very least, I would say at least trying to have a, you know, a community that you're a part of. So that way you have people that can help you if you do hit a rough patch where you're not able to complete the content. Even, you know, your goal is to play solo, your goal is to stay solo, right? Doesn't mean that you can't just join a guild and then be a part of that guild and try to, you know, try to help out with that. I think that's also going to give a lot of a gameplay loop to you as a player too. Having, you know, having a guild around you, that opens up a lot of gameplay, especially if your guild is a guild that's involved in the town ownership process, the node process. That citizen route is going to be a large part for you as a solo player to engage in, that I think would actually be, you know, a really, really fun thing. So keep that in mind too. Out of the actual gameplay loops, you have your, you know, your combat, you have your PvE, PvP, crafting. You can be a citizen that helps build up the town through gathering materials and helping complete buy orders. But groups are everything, communities are everything. To say the very least. Exclamation Guild is our community that we help run. It is a very chill community for casual players, and we also have, you know, people that want to be top-end PvPers. Our top 2 guilds are all structured around sweaty content, and our, you know, casual guilds are all for casual players. So there's no obligation to be in a sweaty guild if you don't want to be, but you have all the benefits of having a sweaty community at your fingertips. So, in terms of the homesteads and stuff, housing and freeholds and all of those are going to be systems that are either like yet to come in or in early implementations. Freeholds do have functionality right now. Freeholds are going to be your non-instance player housing units that are actually like throughout the map, right? So those are a first come first serve basis, and you have to be a certain level and have a certain amount of gold. Right now it's level 20 and 100 gold. So that is a, you know, like I mentioned, a first come first serve basis there. But once you have a freehold, that is yours unless you somehow don't pay your taxes or something or lose the freehold for right now. Pretty safe, secure acquisition overall, and does give you some benefits and will only continue to receive more goodies and more functionality as development continues as well. But right now they're primarily used for planting, farming goods, like you can plant trees and make rooting balls and basically have deterministic rarity outcomes on your, you know, your materials, or have better outputs. So cool thing is, like, if you're making blackberries, for example, planting blackberries on a freehold, you only have so many, you know, so many planting plots, and you only have pamphlet or family rights. Oh, what is this? You only have so many plots where you can actually put shit down, and there is a grow time with that. But the outcome is typically going to be a bit more efficient if you are growing things on a freehold. For example, with blackberries, last phase, it was 1 blackberry to 1 poop if you were doing it without a freehold, but you got 8 blackberries to 1 poop with a freehold. So you were very much able to utilize those freeholds to get more bang for your buck, so to say, in terms of all of your reagents, and ensure that you were actually getting the efficiency side of it, right? So it's a big cost cumulatively to try to get that freehold in place. But if you are able to do it, like I mentioned, it's huge benefits. We'll be funneling gold to our crafting lead Zop so he can get a freehold, and we'll be trying to have multiple within the community just because they are massively beneficial and will continue to be more beneficial. So in terms of the first part of your question, animal husbandry specific. So if you want to be an animal husbandrist, you will very likely need multiple people hunting in the open world. Fight Irish, thank you for the follow. You'll very likely need multiple people in the open world that are hunting, that are feeding you the huntables throughout the world that you can then train. You'll also need people feeding you gold, as the animal husbandry is extremely expensive to, you know, get those actual trained mounts into beasts of burden and stuff like that. So I always try to remind people that there is reach encampment as Zephyr wins. Investigate partisan activity. Sorry, I'm trying to find a quest over in this area. Anyways, animal husbandry, you need a lot of people feeding you huntables. You need a lot of people feeding you gold. It's going to be hard to get all of that as a solo and to be on a competitive level, because with animal husbandry, it's almost like if you're the first person to something, then you've struck gold, right? If you're not the first person to something, well, then what's the point? People are already going to have it. So if you fall behind the curve, it is definitely going to hurt, to say the very least. You're gonna spend a lot of money trying to catch up. You're gonna lose a lot of money trying to actually get your refines in place, and it is definitely tough. Or you can just get a ram. I'll give you a fucking ram. Off stream though. Ram's also getting nerfed before patch. Animal husbandry is down bad. Nah, Steven confirmed in Discord. Animal husbandry is like animal husbandry is getting nerfed. Fuck animal husbands. Ram's getting nerfed before launch. Says who? Says Steven. Data mine that, pussy. Anyways, yeah, it's getting brought back down to earth. They did also drop a PTR patch today. I don't know if it's already been fixed or if it's still zoomy, but you can download the patch for phase 3 on the live side of the launcher right now, but there will also be a small patch tomorrow, presumably to fix zoomy RAM and all of that stuff. Weed, what up, dude? James Brown over on YouTube. It's an honor, dog. Can I solo level in Ashes now? You could always solo level. It was just gonna be slow as a motherfucker comparatively to group stuff, to say the least. But like, you could always solo level. You just gotta put in a little bit more work and go through a little bit more hell, to say the absolute least. So it's gotten better though. I will say solo leveling, no matter how dedicated you are, how good you are, like, it's always going to be way harder than group leveling and way slower than group leveling. Everything in Ashes is meant to be group based, right? So you're supposed to, you know, for your best outcome to things, you're gonna want to have a community that you're playing with. You're gonna want to have a group that you're playing with, and that's going to give you the best possible outcome as a whole, right? He said the RAM fix is in and then immediately said it's now 400% speed. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Give it flying as well. What's your guild? Discord? Exclamation guild. It is discord.gg/catswithabs. Make sure that you get your perms all set up and your ticket all set up prior to P3 launch, so that way if any pings go out or anything like that, you can stay all up to date, because we will have people trying to gather and feed our crafters. We'll have the entire hierarchy pumping. We're also trying to have as many people as we can go out to Kaltorum immediately and start pumping and leveling that node and just trying to cook there. Yap, yap, yap. Oh, sorry, I read sub messages first. Hope you're having a good day, Zombler. Everything's not group focused, but for sure we'll probably progress faster in a group or community. I don't really think there's anything that's not group focused, realistically. Like, maybe questing is the most solo friendly thing, but even in a lot of endgame quests, you get into a point where you require a group. Like, gathering? Yeah, you can do gathering solo. If you're just trying to be a solo gatherer and feed a crafter or sell, yeah, you could literally just gather and be a merchant. But you get the most. Crafting can all be done solo. I don't think crafting's balanced for solo anymore. Like, yes, you're now getting a set in a few hours, but I still think crafting, if you're trying to do it solo, is not viable, because you're going to lose so much money trying to craft. If you're trying to craft for profitability or craft for like skill or making stuff for people, right? You're just going to be behind somebody that's fed by a group. It's very simple. And in terms of gathering, if you're gathering as a solo and I have a group of people gathering, we're gonna gather more. Everything is benefited best from a group. But yeah, as you said, we'll progress faster in a group or community. Everything's best served in a group or community. While that may not be the inherent focus, Ashes is a game where more people working on something cumulatively makes a whole lot of difference. A whole lot of difference. So I definitely think the best experience is, by and large, as a group player. You doing West or East? Well, the West is EU West, so we're doing NA. We'll be on Shoal. It's NA East or EU, well, US West, sorry, Jesus! US East or EU West. But everybody thinks it's like US. It's an EU server for the West server. So, we'll be on the NA server. Don't sleep over 1 p.m. tomorrow. I'll be live at like 10 or 11 tomorrow. We getting up hella early tomorrow. Oh wait, is this a safe fast? Sure. Lion hold guards, I'll recover lost records. The Boneyard Brigade. Nope, that's not safe fast, sure. I don't think there's a safe fast sure in Samia's, by the way. So we may unironically just have to go through Lionhold. What's guild / group limit for guild and for dungeons and raids? Groups are 8 people, guilds are 50, but there's a guild leveling process that'll have more evolution coming to it, where you can actually increase the capacity of your guild up to 200 people. So that is going to be another large emphasis for our main guild and second guild early on, as those are our, like, you know, PvP guilds, right? So having more people in those guilds for guild versus guild declarations gives a large advantage, because if you are 50 people fighting a guild of 80 people and they show up with 80, you're significantly outnumbered. That's instantly going to lower the odds. So we have a lot to play for next phase. What's the matter if you're behind or not? I mean, for some people it won't. Like, there's definitely not an obligation to be ahead, but a lot of people don't like playing MMOs from behind, and a lot of people just, for some reason, have the expectation that solo players can keep up with group players, right? And so I always try to establish proper expectations with people and not just be like, oh yeah, it's great for a solo. It's fun for a solo. You just have to be aware that it will be slower, less efficient, less optimal than leveling as a group. And that's where the being behind comes in. It doesn't really matter, but I'd rather set the expectation that, like, you will be behind if you do this than just be like, oh yeah, it'll be perfect, and it not be perfect. That's kind of where I lean with it, is just setting those realistic expectations. But I don't know, it's not necessarily a guarantee that someone will be behind, but just wait until I farm all the epic mats and keep up with the groups. Bro, all of the high rarity map farming is gonna go crazy. Zob was telling me the Lego refining numbers, and it was fucking wild, to say the very least. Absolutely wild. So I mean, maybe that is the play. It's bonkers. Lots of XP from Lego mats. I know. Gatherers may unironically just chunk up all along the way. Throw in XP scrolls. Yeah, but like, how are you gonna get XP scrolls early? I think that's like the question. How would you get those along the way? Crafting 20 Lego Ruby right now? Enjoy your 5 levels. Comms? Fair, fair, fair. So those are like your 5-minute XP scrolls though, so you need a lot of those bad boys. A whole lot of those puppies. Found nice tech with them, but not sharing that with anyone. What, high rarities? I feel like a lot of people say they have tech with gathering and stuff, but unless it's actually a dupe, I'm convinced everybody just runs around and hits stuff and then thinks they're a savant. But I'm also not a big gatherer, so I am not the largest gatherer. Why'd I just get XP? What? I just got juiced XP. Cluster rarity still in the game? Oh yeah, yeah. Clusters having the same rarity is intended. That's like, if a cluster spawns, it's supposed to be like the same duplicated material, basically. That's like the big emphasis of those clusters. One more day, Wubby. Dude, it went so fast. I can't believe it. Although, like, it definitely could have been faster, but I think it went much quicker than I thought it would. Not being able to literally, like, work normally and stream normally was a fucking trying time. A trying time. You find a heroic cluster, all the secondary mats are also heroic. Oh, interesting. So, like, from a heroic mining spot, is it a rerun? No, never reruns. I don't run any reruns. We just play on the PTR when live's not up. So we can't show any visuals from the private test realm. It's visually NDA'd, but basically you're seeing, like, the video is a rerun, but the Dusty is not a rerun. I'm real, I'm here, I'm me. So yeah, no. I'm not a rerun. The visual is a rerun because I would get banned if you saw the visual of what I was doing right now. Woodshop still has bows on the PTR. Should be patched for tomorrow. We have a patch coming in tomorrow too. So they did say in Discord that there shouldn't be any vendor acquirable items. No vendor acquirable gear is the goal. So picked up a 5x Lego Granite and Ruby node, and it gave me 3,500 XP yesterday on PTR. What the fuck? 3,500? Played some time on P2. What's new in phase 3? Phase 3, very simply put, across the rest of phase 3 is the rest of the game. By the time phase 3 ends, Ashes is going to be feature complete. At the start of phase 3, that's not the case. We will be receiving a massive update, so we go from 0.13 to 0.15 for the build. There's a list out there of all of the changes, well, actually most of the changes, but the list is basically so long, even abbreviated, that it doesn't fit in a singular Twitch message. If somebody grabs that, I'll yap it off real quick, but it's a lot. We're on Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. Dynamic gridding has been successfully tested and will be in the game for phase 3 launch. We've got tier 4 towns, we've got vassling, we've got the crate system. Instead of the cargo system that we had before with like purchasable commodities, we've got an entire econ rework with time to kill, loot drops, loot sets, the actual gearing system, gathering, refining, crafting changes. Let's see. There's a lot. More or less, like, as a very bitch out answer, because I don't, like, there's no way for me to remember all of the things that were listed in that. Every system in Ashes has been changed. Every system for phase 3. If you haven't played since phase 2, you're not going to log into the same thing at all. Now, it'll still be Ashes. Like, if you log into the Riverlands, you'll still log into the Riverlands and see Winstead and Miraleth. But, like, functionally, the game looks better. It performs better, at least for me. Some people say they have, like, little hitches with the build. I don't run into those. The gameplay loop, relatively similar. In terms of, you know, it's a grindy MMO. That's not magically going to change to being an ARPG with a bunch of instancing. But all of the systems that you are grinding have had pretty substantial changes to them, especially post 25. Hunting's still the same. That is true. I guess, yeah, hunting, but if you get specific, I mean, you could find systems that aren't, like, fully changed over, but has questing been improved? Questing is constantly getting improved. Now, the thing with questing is I always ask people when they ask that question, like, what your expectation for questing is, because I don't necessarily think that questing is going to be the #1 route 1-2 max level. But questing is more so meant to be a complement to the grind itself as you're, you know, as you're going about it. Group-based mob grinding is pretty much always just going to be your best optimal XP, unless this gathering change is truly fucking juiced, which seemingly it might be. But questing has got a lot better since, like, phase 2 start. There are still some spots where questing can be hard. With questing, you've got to run a long ways very frequently because the world's so big. Yeah, you should think of it, like, the world is fucking astronomically large, right? Already in its current state. So you've got to remember there's a lot of playable space, and questing is going to bring you around that playable space a lot. Where group-based mob grinding is just, I'm going to sit here and kick the shit out of all of these spawns over and over and over again, and not have any downtime, right? So that's the big change between questing and, you know, its past state and its current state. Questing is definitely better than it was for P2. But I'll still personally be going the mob grind route. Like, some people swear by an early questing prog. I'm just going to go hit mobs and hope I can get set up that way. But somewhere out there, someone has the magical juice for a questing route that they say is the best thing since sliced bread for MMO leveling. And they'll swear by that shit. So, PTR currently what P3 will be, more or less, but we don't know if it's an exact duplicate. That's always the tricky thing, because there's no guarantee that PTR is one-to-one coming to P3, you know, all at once. It's typically in fragmented builds coming over. Certain things are tested at different paces, ready at different times. So, like, the PTR is like, you have a restaurant that you really like one of the dishes from, and then you try to cook that dish at home, but it's your first time replicating the recipe. So, like, you can assume it's more or less the same, but it's probably going to have some slight differences that will improve the final product. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. The dish at home's prod servers? I'd say the restaurant dish is prod servers, almost. I won't lie, because the prod servers are kind of, like, cleaned up more. But either way. Moinin, how you doing, my friend? Are you pumped for tomorrow? I'm fucking thrilled. Astronomically, unbelievably thrilled. We did have level 25s in 2 days in PTR. Things have changed since, though. I'm wondering how we had level 25s in 2 days. Personally, I still do not understand what occurred to lead to level 25's day 2. People got 25 in 2 days phase 2 as well. I think people were, like, solo 25 on PTR, which was kind of strange. But yeah, that is true as well. When did Flankers Group hit it for 2.5? Because I think Flankers Group was first for 2.5, right? Or one of the first. I feel like they were more than 2 days. But live leveling also typically comes with a few caveats. Like phase 2, yes, people got to 25 in a couple of days. Phase 2.5, some people also leveled real quick. But those motherfuckers got their accounts reset. A lot of them did. So, hope everybody comes back for tomorrow. I hope everybody comes over. I don't necessarily think people will. I think people will wait to hear how it is and then come over after the fact. So, people were abusing Blob's infinite duplicating on 5% HP. And then most of them got their accounts reset. And then some people did it again and then got their accounts reset a second time. But some people always have to learn lessons the hard way, I suppose. But yeah, the slime or the ooze is what they're called over here. The ooze duplicate XP farm was crazy, yup. And I'm sure there's going to be more tech like that. There are always going to be areas in the world where you can just get a super cheeky pull back and forth. Someone will probably farm a massive AoE pull with a caravan so their tank takes reduced damage. Realistically, it's gonna happen, right? It's just going to. I might even do the caravan shit. I'll be completely real. Why wouldn't I? Spend 10 silver to take 90% reduced damage or whatever the fuck it is. I'm pretty sure it's 90%. Yeah, absolutely. I'll get a caravan. I'll get a request beacon. I'll bring my caravan out to where we're farming with the request beacon. I'll round up mobs and tank the mobs and then sit in the driver's seat of the caravan. You're welcome to the Teckington. If somebody wants to, they can come over and kill my van. But there's always going to be some cheese to try to do things quicker. And it's just a matter of what's allowed and what's not. Over 3 days somehow. We're going to need all 3 of those days. All of the hours of them. What time starts phase 3? 1 p.m. EST. I don't know where you're at, but it is 18 hours from now, I think. Chat, someone check that. 18 hours? I tend to not be very good at math, but I have the 12-pack of monsters waiting. Yeah, we got the caffeine, we got the food, we got everything on standby. We are fully prepared for tomorrow, to say the very least. We got a tiny bit of meal prep left to do, but other than that, we're good. That tech is insane. What, caravan tanking? Brother, how have you not thought of this? You're a fucking Teckington whiz. Yeah, caravan tanking is insanely easy because all you do is have your tank run around and round up the mobs and then pop like all of their abilities on the mobs and then pop Intim Aura, and then when Intim Aura's up, they get in the caravans. I farmed zombies in a corner, didn't need a caravan. Well, that's because the zombies were broken. Thaumaturge tech was also known for a while. Thaumaturge was because it's a predicate ability for the actual, like, the Coombs, the anti-heals. So basically, like, with Thaumaturges, they added in an AoE life drain, like a multi-target life drain that just nukes people off the face of the earth. So now those are also going to be way harder to farm. So GG that. Yeah, a lot of the cheese farms are seemingly getting cooked. Thaumaturge farm, gone. I'm sure there will be more cheese farms that come out. Caravan farm, but caravan farm will be nice. But yeah, I also did Thom farm for myself and for a lot of other people in phase 2.5. Yeah, 1 p.m. EST is where they want servers to go up. It'll always change though, or it could always change. I got a route to get to 10 in an hour or so. Is it questing or is it through mob grind? Because that's good time, but it's also, if you're questing and you have quests that are drops and quests that are kill quests and quests that are like get this thing that despawns, that hour could easily turn into 4. Questing at 5, grinding to 10, massive. That's good. I think questing early and taking the guaranteed quests, I call them uncontestables, right? So something like, I don't know, run here and talk to this person and get XP, right? That's going to be quite solid. So, unless that person despawns. But anything that despawns, anything that's like kill X amount of these, pick up X amount of these, find X amount of these, I don't want that shit. I will skip that. I'd rather just go mob grind. Now, getting 10 is massive as well because you'll be able to get level 10 gear pretty quickly with apprentice stations being available, you know, easier. But I also think that there's only a certain incentivization to being leveling wise ahead of the curve. As someone pointed out earlier, a lot of people that rush to 25 insanely heavily, they hit 25 with like 60 power, and then people that were like level 18 to 20 had like 140. And then people would fight, and people would die to level like fucking 18s that actually had 3 pieces of gear. So I definitely think that the timing of how communities can get crafting up in time to support their levelers is going to be a big thing. Sally, what up, dog? Cypher, hello. Tomorrow is the big day. Yes, yes, yes. And I cannot contain my excitement, dude. I'm happy. So it looked when we got 15-ish recipes and got gear starting around 9 to 10. If I can get 25 and farm, that's what I want to do for mats. Yeah. I honestly, if you want to farm for mats, just stop at 20. 20 to 25 is just extra. I hit 20 and then I didn't even try to hit 25. I hit 20 in a few days and then like just chilled out because I was getting gear along the way. And people were like, oh, Dusty, why aren't you rushing to 25? And I would open up my character sheet and I'd show them my power. And like, they understood. They understood. Crafting stations outside nodes are up to apprentice. Crafting stations outside nodes in the neutral areas should still be novice. I can check real quick. I'm actually near them right now. Should still be novice, and then inside nodes should go up to the apprentice. How to craft level 10 without nodes? Nodes are gonna level fast as fuck. I'll be real. Nodes always level quite quickly, even if they slowed them down. Your first nodes are going to be up pretty quickly. Once those neutral, not the neutral stations, but like the node stations go down, you're set. So you don't even need buildings up or anything like that because default node like crafting tables are now at apprentice, and then the first buildings that go down are at journeyman. So we're very likely going to see, and on the PTR, keep in mind, we've seen tables in T2 nodes as well. It's something that you have to bring the crates over to the T2 node and complete the builds for the tables. But we've seen tables in T2 nodes. And apprentice tables at that. So, I don't know if that's been bugged over here and is getting taken out, but T3 also likely won't take that long. But also, I agree. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be, you know, instantaneously hour 1 we have a town at T3. I think that if you are an ahead of the curve leveler, you're always going to be under geared. And you're always going to be kind of like fighting for things, right? So that's important to keep in mind. I think crafting's going to be balanced to match up with like the primary bulk of progressors, not the outward, you know, 5% top levelers. So that's a big thing in terms of the sync up. Like, it's not meant to sync up with me doing a 24-hour stream and leveling the entire time. It's meant to sync up with, you know, the person playing pretty casually, a few hours a day here and there, right? And if that's the sync up that you get, then I think that's great for most of the player base. Us as outliers, we're outliers, simply put. I don't think we're the point of balance that's intended. What part of the maps are unlocking? And I heard you briefly go over a new spawn zone. Yeah, so you get the anvils, and the second starting area is up in the anvils. So that's all playable on the private test realm as well. If you haven't checked it out, I mean, there are only a couple hours left in the private test realm before it does go down. But would definitely recommend checking it out. There is a whole lot of validity that you can get from the PTR, and a whole lot of info that you can get. Right now, I'm actually going to run down and check out a couple of spawn areas to see where I may want to bring my group tomorrow. And see what up. June Dark open? June Dark has been open. So, how long has it been since you played, Selly? It's Riverlands, Desert, June Dark, Tropics, and Anvils. So, couple of spawn zones, not just one. No, it's only one spawn zone in the Anvils. Well, it's two. It's the Riverlands and the Anvils, but the June Dark isn't a new player zone. The June Dark is quite the contrary. The June Dark's a level 50 zone. It's just artificially downscaled. So yeah, we have 5 biomes, or 5 zones. Your Divine Gates over here, those are in the Mount Dune, up in the Anvils. And then you have your Divine Gate in the Riverlands. Anvils has 2 starting areas, technically nerd emoji. Technically, it has 1 starting area, the Divine Gate, and then you go into 2 questing hubs. Bitch. Yeah, June Dark is a level 50 node. That's going to... it's artificially downscaled, so we can play it right now. And it'll level up with us as we go. Technically, it splits into 2. The Divine Gate doesn't. It goes into your questing hub after the starting area. I win. They divide this. I'm gonna go fill up my water. I'll be right back. Yo, Birdrix, how you doing, my friend? How big is the graphical update with the update? Like, I don't want to overstate it and be like, it's lifelike, right? But it's definitely fucking noticeable. Like, you log in and you go, oh, damn, this looks way better. Like, it's not like you're gonna log in and it's like fucking going outside, right? But it looks substantially better. The way that I describe it is like, it looks like it has more life to it. It looks a little less just bland. Not like this looks bland, right? But like, it definitely looks more poppy, more lifelike. Just really, really, really solid. I mean, from the foliage giving different lighting effects, it looks good. And it's not the final form of graphics either, but I would say it's a pretty substantial step up, even if you're running, you know, even like if you're running on high settings, especially, I should say. I'm running like medium to low for some of my settings because I like to push frames more, and even on my end, it looks great. So by someone with weaker hardware, they had to check multiple times. They were still on low because of how good it looked. Yes, absolutely. I play on medium and low settings, and I have good hardware, but I prefer to push as high of frames as I can because I like my game feeling fluid as fuck. And I have had to check multiple times. To put it into perspective, I was running by a lake in the Anvils, and the sun hit the lake, and the reflection off of the lake, I legitimately was like immersed for a second. I sit here and yap with chat, but it hit me in the corner of my eye while I was reading chat, and I stopped running. I looked, and I just sat there at the lake for a few minutes while I was talking to chat, answering questions. Like, it's noticeable. So, to say the very least, the reflections look so good. Dude, it's beautiful. Somebody in chat said, I don't know if I like the reflections because they look too good. I think that was fucking hilarious and also appropriate to say. They're like, yeah, they look a little too lifelike. I want them to look worse. Yeah, it was legendary. So I would say it's definitely a pretty large one. So, say 5. Riverlands, Desert, Tropics, June Dark, Anvils for your 5th. Where to look for guild if I'm first timer in Ashes? Exclamation guild. I've found you one that will help a lot. I would recommend going there, whether you're EU or NA, and you plan on playing on NA, we have a guild for you. We have a full EU guild that is filling up quite quickly, by the way. Might have to get a second one going for them very soon as well. And that will be an entire EU guild that is structured around an EU playtime, EU peak, EU populace, EU leadership, EU everything. Now, EU players can still play in our top-end competitive guilds. Those just operate on NA time. So, if you're looking for EU peak time on NA server with an EU community and to be a part of our large community, that's going to be the place to be, brother. And that is always going to be the place to be. So, top 5 reasons why Ashes is better than New World. Can't say toxic community, go. I mean, very simply put, like, my number 1 reason why I'm over in Ashes and really enjoying it comparatively to New World is all of the problems here. It's an alpha, and our problems tend to be more related to, well, it's an alpha. Things actually aren't in yet. With New World, a lot of the things that did get put in were very not well thought out, very broken, and as a result, like, Ashes is very carefully placing things in a chest, right? And as they're putting things in, they're wrapping them up neatly and packaging them up and gently placing them in. As a result, that chest is taking a little longer to fill up, but while New World is rushing to just throw things in their storage chest, everything's getting tangled. You've got Apple headphones, you've got shoelaces, you've got a headphone cord, you've got fucking everything, right? Just tangled up in just a mess in there. And that's honestly the biggest thing for me. Broken headphones in there? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's the very core thing of it. Like, it's an alpha, so it's going to guaranteed get better and go towards a launch in a better state than the alpha is. Number two, we get to provide feedback that's actually heard from the developers. A, because of playtesting, B, because of a different mentality. Amazon Games and Christoph Hartmann, their CEO, are very profit-driven. Christoph Hartmann sees Amazon as a publisher and not a developer as their primary focus, and has said that multiple times. So development's always going to be a side project for Amazon Games. Their big focus as a company is publishing other games and trying to get the royalties and the percentages off of publishing, and they're basically a bottom-line driven company. So as a result, you have differences in communication, differences in engagement. Now, the New World team has been doing much better lately. But I still think overall, the transparency, how embedded the Ashes community is. Over on the New World side, the New World devs were asked to do a chest run and couldn't complete the chest run. Over on the Ashes side, Intrepid is very vocal that their developers actually play the game incognito on normal accounts and are parts of many communities, most of which have been infiltrated and people do not know. Intrepid is quite literally in the fucking walls, and the developers play the game actively in normal communities outside of working on the game. So, the basically intertwinement between developers and community is absolutely massive. Outside of that, you've got the social systems. Hoopsie! Thank you for the 5, brother. I appreciate you. 5 more reasons to like Ashes over New World. And if anyone wants to try to give me a couple reasons to like New World, you can too. But Hoopsie, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you, brother. An absolute legend. Just throwing out the net. I appreciate you, Us. I appreciate you, Us. We must find the infiltrators. So, let's see. That was 2. Number 3 is the social systems. The open world aspect of Ashes of Creation is a very large thing. It takes a lot of the social systems that New World wanted to have between like player-to-player politics, dynamics, and stuff like that, and just extrapolates them exponentially. A lot deeper in the social systems, a lot deeper in the core gameplay systems, and it's also a full PvX where every system complements other systems. So like you need PvE to get the recipes for your crafters to craft the gear for your PvPers, and you need the PvPers to hold down the best PvE so you can get the best recipes to craft the best stuff for your PvPers to be stronger, to hold down the better areas to, you see the loop. Everything impacts everything. There are ways to jump people with guild versus guild decks. There are a lot of different options for getting PvP dynamically spun up. There aren't instances that you can escape to and go somewhere else. So, the core vision, everything there is, I think, just, you know, socially what New World wanted to be, and systems-wise what New World wanted to be, but takes it much further. Let's see. What would be number 4? I kind of combined a lot there, I will say. Like, you could have gone much further into each of those individual systems. But, like, crafters feel incredibly rewarded for their time and their effort. Everything's a multiplayer base with a long-term commitment. It's not, like, a few hours to max level and then a few hours to gear. It's essentially what New World originally wanted to be, but much deeper. And that's in the current alpha state. That's comparing Ashes right now, 2-ish years, probably 2+ before launch, to New World, which is 3+ years post-launch. So that's another big thing. New World was originally full loot PvP with 3 weapons. Yup, and it was like a fucking survival. Like, they had some significant changes. And now New World is an ARPG that was ported over to console. And I think, like, from the contrary side of it, right? New World has a really cool action combat system. Like, you gotta understand, I left New World for Ashes because I like Ashes more, and it's better for, you know, my community, my mental health, my everything to be over here instead of being at odds with New World, looking for the next season, the next big thing. Also, Carla, I don't think I need anything at Walmart. I love you. I appreciate you asking. But yeah, so like I left not because I want New World to die. I actually, like, part of the reason why I left is because I wanted New World to succeed so fucking bad that it actually, like, put me in a very bad mental state, investing as much time as I did, providing as much feedback as I did, and just watching everything go to shit. The grit change that came in that was taken out a season later, I did like a fucking doctoral thesis on why it was a terrible change, and it just went completely unheard. And at the time, I was the #1 average viewer, English-speaking streamer for that game that was streaming more than once a week. I was 200 viewers breaking that shit down. And it still went completely unheard. A change went in that, lo and behold, was hated by the community, and then they basically repealed that change the very next season and said, hey, that was a bad change, we fucked up. And that was only one of many things along the line that just, like, cooked me, dog. I'm someone who's very passionate about the games that I play. I'm a full-time streamer that's a very small streamer, right? The reason why I stream full-time is because of the passion for my community. I would make more hourly putting in the 60 to 70 hours a week that I do at a normal job. I stream because I love it and because I love my community. And so for me, New World literally put me through so much just like mental health shit, man. It wasn't good for me to be a part of anymore. The project has its own vision and it didn't align with what I or my community thought the vision, you know, was originally heading towards, because they changed it so much. So I was one of the people who came in really, really liking the, you know, I love my wars, I love my instant stuff, but I really also liked having a big community out in the open world, riding around, doing shit together, and, you know, pulling up on a bunch of mounts, doing something as simple as a chest run or a community event. And over time, all of those things fell out of New World, and they're just over here more and more in Ashes. So that's kind of a rundown, but I don't know, I see everything that New World originally wanted to be in Ashes. The only difference is a tab target combat system instead of action combat. So not everybody will like tab target, but we also have to realize, historically speaking, we are on the most popular combat system of all time. Am I hearing his Discord note? Wait, are you? You shouldn't be. I have streamer mode on. You shouldn't hear any Discord noties. What the hell? Are you hearing your Discord notifications? Wait, chat, did anybody else hear a Discord noti? Phase 3 out yet? 1 p.m. EST. What time is that in American? 1 p.m. EST, big dog. Endrex, welcome back in. Definitely you, Fupo. Yeah, I didn't hear shit. No, just them. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't think so. It might be treating them. The void has consumed Fupo. It's turning in on itself at this point. 6 p.m. UK time. Oh God, I don't want to get into all that. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, no, we don't. The EU launch isn't happening. Noon, Texas. Is Texas only an hour behind Maine? That doesn't sound right. Really? Texas seems like it'd be way more than an hour behind. Parts of it. Oh, right. Because that's a big ass area. That's a big ass area. Yeah, that definitely checks out. Yeah, Texas do be Texasing. Five reasons why East Coast is better than West Coast. I'm here. You don't need any other reason. DustyWhy best. That's it. If I'm here, it's better. I could go to the West Coast and poop on every West Coast player. I could stay on the East Coast and poop on every East Coast player, boys. Already the Smarty, thank you for the follow. It's -1 reasons. Listen, you were late today. I'll be right back. I'm getting water. Chat, y'all think P3 is enough reason to take bong rips in the stream room? Or Dusty was in fact late. I jumped at 2300 in a stream and no Dusty. Okay, hold on. I was late today because I was doing real idiot. You're the idiot. I was late today because I was doing my grocery shopping and like all of the important stuff that I had to do so I could actually do the 24-hour stream for you goblins tomorrow. So you should thank me for being late. No, because then the whole house would smell. No, I have an air purifier. I'll just close the door. The only air comes from there. I literally have an air purifier in here. So what if I just blow it into the air purifier and then the air is purified? I was late because I'm selfish. Well, I don't see you guys saying, Dusty, let me pay for all your food for P3 launch. He was pooping, that's a direct quote. I actually didn't poop. Yeah, fun fact, I actually didn't have a big pre-stream poopy. That was a debate. I wanted to see who was actually reading chat. So I went grocery shopping, we got lunch, and then came back home and unloaded the groceries and stuff. I chilled for a little bit because I wanted to relax because it was a nice day out, and once P3 launches, I'm about to lose a lot of time. In terms of like outdoor time. So, very simply put, did not want to, you know, just not be outside at all. So, chilled outside for a little bit, did the good deed of, you know, soaking up some sunlight, and then I was like, well, my car could use a good cleaning. So I went absolutely sicko mode on the inside of my car. I cleaned everything as much as I possibly could, and as I was about to vacuum the passenger seat, which was the last thing that I had to do, the vacuum started acting weird, and I'm like, something smells kind of hot. And I go to check because I had a shop vac plugged into an extension cord, and the extension cord was really hot and it melted the plastic. So I unplugged the extension cord really quick, and the passenger seat didn't get a full vacuum, but everything is fucking beautiful there. So, sub goal to stop smoking. Did you try to burn your car? No, I tried to clean my car and I almost burned the fucking house down. Teach me to clean. My dumbass. Sub goal to stop smoking would be legit, but I also have a proposition. 5 subs for me to not be able to smoke for a couple hours at a time. 10 subs to cancel it out for me to immediately go take a bong rip. Is kind of how I'm thinking of structuring it, right? So like, say you're just really like, wow, I really want to help Dusty not smoke. You drop 5. And then say someone's really like, man, Dusty looks like he could use a smoke. They drop 10. They cancel you out. You have an opportunity to drop another 5 to cancel out their 10, and I wouldn't be able to smoke. And then if they gifted another 10, that would cancel out your cancel out. Subathon, each sub adds to the no smoking timer. Dusty dries out on stream. Yo, unironically, that would be kind of cool. I would just run that bitch though. Like a subathon, except I don't stay on. The subathon just extends the time that I can't smoke, and I just go about my normal progression without smoking. That'd kind of be cool. What would the goal be? Just like stop being a dumb stoner? I feel like that's a little harsh on me, no? Fire is the most efficient way to clean. Don't have to clean if there's nothing left to clean. That is true. Fire and then vaporization, just feed it to the void. I'd feel bad for Dusty having to deal with this without smoking. Bro, I consider myself spoiled. I'll be completely a Buckington with you guys. I feel like this is the most chill community to make content for. To the point where we, like, when was the last time that somebody got banned? I don't even remember, but so few people get banned here, and the ones that do, I usually just get bored of talking to them. And then they just have really, really, really bad takes all the time, and I'm like, please go bother somebody else. So, it's really hard to get banned here. So, P3 soon? P3 tomorrow. P3 tomorrow. Actually banned was the one guy when you were mayor. Oh, the guy that went in the Discord and literally made like a propaganda video because he was being super weird about mob training and trying to justify mob training. Because he was like, if someone mob trains on me, I'm definitely mob training on them. And I was like, brother, do you not see how that's part of the issue? And he kept like not seeing how he was a part of the issue. And so eventually I was just like, brother, you're trying to defend mob training way too hard right now. I'm not gonna support this shit. And so I was like, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Like, are you saying right now that you were going to continue mob training? And he was like, yeah, if someone mob trains on me, absolutely, I'll stand up for myself. And I was like, all right, cool, I'm just gonna ban you then. And so I banned them, and then they started messaging me in game. And so I was like, brother, I need you to not be a parasocial freak right now. And so I ignored him in game eventually because he didn't stop messaging me. And then he was messaging me in Discord as well, yes. In my Discord DM requests. And then ended up like taking a bunch of clips from me making fun of him and posting them in the Discord, and not just clips, but he like edited together like a mobile video basically, and put like subtitles over it and stuff, and was like having a conversation within the video. It was one of the more intriguing parasocial crash outs that I've seen as a streamer, considering I'm very, very, very small still. We don't get a whole lot of those, and that was real intriguing. Didn't training get a fix? Training got a pass. I never want to call anything a full fix. I'm very hesitant to use that word because a fix implies that it just doesn't exist anymore. Mob training can absolutely still happen, but essentially what they did is make it so when somebody pulls a mob initially, they generate some threat on that mob, like a little chunkington, to try to mitigate the odds of somebody just body pulling a mob or tapping a mob once and then bringing it into another group in the first AoE in a group, snatching it. But if I have like Intim aura up and I'm popping slams and ground pounds and AoEs and shit, and somebody brings in mobs, if my Intim aura procs, it's still probably gonna be enough to pull off of them, I think. Because if you make it too high, then you just don't have actual organic mob competition, because then Tank 2 can't pull off Tank 1 for a world boss or something. But yeah, they're definitely trying to make mob training harder. Have you tried that recently? What, ripping thread off somebody? So I had, like, Hot Dog unironically mob trained me yesterday while we were in the fucking Mount Dune area. One of the mobs went to me, and then none of the other mobs went to me, and I hit all of the mobs a couple times, and then one of the mobs with abilities. So, I'm pretty sure that one still had aggro, but I think Hot Dog also died during that, so it could have also dropped aggro. But, yeah, it definitely works. It was a bit of a commitment. Now, the thing that I don't know is if it's just a flat threat value. Like, say, hypothetically, it's like fucking 300 threat, right? Is that just a static 300 threat level 1 or level 25? Or does that go up as a flat threat value as you level, right? Does it scale with level? So like level 25, you generate 750 threat, right? Just as a fucking random number for perspective. Because if it's still 300, then like, yeah, level 3, that's a great fix. But the second my Intim aura hits something and it's popping 20% of my HP as threat and I have 6k HP, that's going to be a lot. So I don't think mob training will ever really vanish outside of devs cracking down with punishments for it. Yeah, and I mean, the thing about mob training is Steven basically came out and was like, mob training to contest an area is fine, but if you follow somebody around and harass them to the point that you're trying to actively stop them from being able to play the game, then that is harassment and you can be, you know, punished for that. But it was basically like, if you're competing for an area, you can do whatever's necessary. Just know that that reputation will follow you in game. So it'll be more of like the social punishment system. But, you know, we have seen people that are just known griefers get punishments for mob training repeatedly on a lot of people, on one person. Super gray zone-y too. It absolutely is. Yeah, absolutely. Because it's like, if you mob train on me once and kill my group, and then I come back in a slightly different area in the same POI and you mob train me again and kill my group, is that still competing for the POI, or is that you following me around trying to stop me from playing the game? That's the weird thing with the gray area, where I'm just kind of like, it's gonna be hard to enforce outside of a case by case with, you know, everything included basis. You're gonna have to have a lot of like perspective with everything. There are gonna be so many different situationals that occur, so many like he said, she said that happen with the report basis of that. So I would really personally love it if they came out and just said intentionally rounding up mobs with the sole intent to deposit them on another group to kill that other group is griefing. That, I think, would be dope, but I don't necessarily think that's the route that we'll see it go. So, making sand has a chance to give you zinc, copper, tendonite, and coal. Interesting. Yeah, I noticed with making timber, you also get wood chips now. So they're giving you some byproducts in the crafting as well, which is really, really cool, to say the absolute least about it. But yeah, I think mob training will always be an issue. I think people will always find ways to grief in something that's a social sandbox, like leaning anything, right? We're a sand park, not a full sandbox, but oh, Nana!
Together.
Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. That is a brand new banana for you. Thank you, boys. Check on your primers. If you have those bad boys and they are up, those get you out of the ads so you never miss the app. They get you some of the best emotes on Twitch, and they help support the stream. Now, I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so every sub truly does matter a whole shitload. And if you haven't heard the good news, we're rocking a 24-hour stream tomorrow where we will have a 35% discount on gifted sub bundles. So, we got the big hype rolling, but check on your primes. Those bad boys are free, and they don't auto-renew, so if you used them last month, they might be available this month, and you may not even know it, lads. Since I can't CC combatants, is it griefing if I wipe a group with a mob AoE? Where's that stand out with the whole change? I mean, in terms of, what do you mean, like wiping a whole group for CCing non-combatants? Like if you want to compete over an area and you're not able to do that? Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that that's a large gray area with it. Yeah. When are servers live? 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. but you can pre-download the big patch right meow. That is available. So I would recommend going and downloading the big part of the patch. There will be another patch that does come out tomorrow, but I'll be live early tomorrow as well. I'm gonna try to be live around 10, so I'm like doing a shorter stream tonight where we're just chilling. I did all my stocking up. Carl and I are gonna do our finishing touches for meal prep tonight after stream, and then we're gonna be all set for the 24-hour stream as she's in my leveling group. So she's gonna try to hang for as long as she possibly can. We got a whole lot of people in the leveling group that are also very committed to the 24-hour grind. So we got a lot of people that are pushing up, which is really exciting. Solus, what up, my friend? New to the Ashes scene, was wondering what's hype for Phase 3. Phase 3 is a massive patch right at the start of Phase 3 with the swap to Unreal Engine 5.6 and quite literally every like major game system in Ashes receiving changes, implementations, improvements. It's essentially a brand new game comparatively, and I think it's one of our single largest updates that we'll receive, at least in my experience as a playtester. It's going to be truly a massive transition from the Phase 2.5 to the Phase 3 build, visually, functionally, everything in between. It is absolutely remarkable how much has changed. So throughout Phase 3, we work towards Ashes being put into a feature-complete state, and at the end of Phase 3, when we transition into our betas, 2 short betas, those are going to be like no new implementative content, but just like a coat of paint and polish before the game does go live. So, keeping that in mind, a lot of people are just really, 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 really optimistic for what P3 is going to bring over the entirety of it. And having that fresh patch where there's going to be a lot of progression, a lot of things to do, that also excites a lot of people. Is it too late to purchase into Phase 3? It is not. And keep in mind, with your pack purchase, you get a 90-day period where you're covered with a full refund. So if you don't like it, that's no hours limit. You have 90 days from the day of your purchase, where if it's too early, since it's in an alpha, you can just be like, oh, I'll take my money back. I'll wait for it to launch. I'll wait for it to be further along. You know, whatever it may be. So they make it very, very accessible. If you haven't made your account, you can do !Ashes to help support the stream as well. But if you have any questions like systems-wise, please feel free. There is an entire list out there somewhere, chat. Does anybody have that list of like the compiled changes for P3? It is fucking huge. But yeah, any new players as well, I would highly recommend !Guild. That is going to bring you to our Cats with Abs Discord server. That is our multi-100 person community with full EU and NA presence over on the NA server. We are primarily NA and play on NA time zone with our competitive PvP based guilds, but we also have open casual community guilds that anybody can join. We have full gathering, crafting, and refining support with an entire hierarchy where if you're someone who wants to come in and learn that process, you'll be matched up with one of our guild crafters and be their protege, basically. You'll share the knowledge, the information, you'll help them assemble stuff, and you'll be their assistant. So our goal is to have multiple people willing to do that with our guild crafters. Zop is our guild crafting lead, so anybody that's interested can reach out to him in the Discord or just speak up and chat, and Zop can get you all squared away, because the more infrastructural organization that we have as a community going into P3 launch, the better. So everyone from PvPers to people who are first timers that are going to be slow and hitting trees, you guys serve a purpose here. So it's going to be really fun. There's a lot of information to gather, but it is a, you know, a new visual update, a new functional update. System changes are becoming more complex. I think the world looks and feels a lot more immersive with these changes. They're getting rid of a lot of the dependence on vendors too. Ashes is supposed to be across the board, you know, a lot of people working to accomplish goals together. And that goal is not supposed to be go to a vendor. That goal is very frequently going to be crafting something or farming up a specific item or a specific set, and all of those things are in the open world, right? Ashes is all open world all the time. PvX, so PvP can happen whenever. Now that also doesn't mean that somebody's going to just come up to you and nuke you. People are severely punished if they do come up and non-consensually kill a player. That has happened in my 2,000 plus hours in front of me less than 5 times intentionally. So, after Phase 3 eventually beta follows? Yes, so Phase 3 is, as of right now, keep in mind everything can shift, but the current structure has Phase 3 as a, like, when it's done phase. And through that, we go to 2 betas after the end of phase 3. Phase 3 is bringing us to a feature complete state, and then the betas are just like a final coat of paint and polish that will be intended to bring us to a ready to launch state. So keeping that in mind, that's part of why phase 3 is so exciting. Phase 3 is going to last minimum of a year. My guess is probably closer to 2. So phase 3 will probably last around 1.5 to 2. Yeah, I think 2 years. I think that puts us late 2027. And after that, if we're having 2 betas that are measured in weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, couple months each, that puts us early 2028 on a launch. I think that's reasonable. Now, so many factors weigh into that as well that we have to consider that could completely change everything on, you know, in the drop of a hat. So we absolutely have to keep that in mind. But yeah. I'm really leaning towards that 2028 launch. Baron, hell, my friend, are you ready for tomorrow? What do you go for snacks? Oh, fuck. I don't think we got carrots. We might have dropped the ball there. We got fruits, and we got cookies, and we got smart food, white cheddar popcorn, and we got some drinks. Not alcohol drinks, but like some refreshments. We got Hawaiian rolls, and we're gonna do sliders. So after stream tonight, we're doing our meal prep. So we're gonna do like a big batch of like pre-made sliders that we can just like basically bake and go. Throw them in the oven for a few, or the air fryer, get them all nice and good, and then just go from there. We got a rotisserie chicken, and I'll be breaking that down after stream, getting all up in those guts, and we'll have shredded chicken for tacos. Carla's at Walmart right now, so we did Carla move. Oh yeah, Carla's been up here for a little bit. So we went to, in May, Vegas for the Kendrick concert, and then came back up here, and then went to Iceland in early June. My birthday this year was in Iceland. We did 2 weeks out in Iceland with a group of 7 people. It was her friends. So it was like 7 of us total. It was chaos, but it was very fun. Then from there, we came back up here, and we have TwitchCon in October. After TwitchCon, actually before TwitchCon, next month, late next month, we're doing 1 day in New York. We're gonna drive down early in the morning, IRL stream, something fun in New York, and then have like a day in New York, and then we're gonna come back up, and then TwitchCon, because we need to test the IRL setup. And there's like nothing really cool in Maine that would be like, you know, super fun for you guys without me doxing myself, because Maine is so fucking small and easily recognizable. So we'll do cool shit in New York that's far away from my house, and then that'll prep our IRL setup, because we took it to Iceland, but we didn't have it in full force because we couldn't use our, you know, our NA tech in Iceland. So that was a variable that we had to deal with. But overall, we'll be able to test the full setup in New York, and that'll prep us for TwitchCon, where we'll have the IRL streams. Then we come back from TwitchCon sometime, I think, early to mid next year. We're planning out a potential Japan trip if everything works out well. And that would also be like all for content IRL streams, like daily long streams as well. We would be putting out like, you know, full day streams of what we're doing in Japan. So you guys essentially just come along for that trip. So that is a very exciting set of travel. As you guys may know, I didn't fly on a plane at all until last year, my entire life. It was an experience as well, going to TwitchCon for the first time, and I just kind of caught the fever. So the advantage is that now we get to make content out of it, and hopefully people really enjoy that content. And if the community continues to grow, then that's more people that get to see that content, and then we make that content into cool YouTube stuff, and then people like the YouTube stuff as well. So I'm excited for it. But yes, we have a lot of things planned. Carla is currently at the store getting stuff to make a salsa, but you know, she's all set up in the next room. She's ready to grind as well. She's also prepping for the main winter. She doesn't really know what she got herself into. Back from the store. This is the only game I've ever been rotating my grocery shopping for. Like deviating from your normal grocery shopping routine? That's big. That's big. Yo, Ron. Coming in with the gifty for Mr. Steven the Sheriff Sharif himself. Good golly. Ron, you are a legend. That's a big tab target. No iframing that bad boy. Do you smoke? Smoke what?
Apes.
Yo, Saul. Thank you for the Prime Boys. We got a hype train on the way. Big tab target. No iframing that bad boy. The 100% evasion rating is not gonna bail you out there, dog. Boys, throw some Dusty W booties in the chat. We got So Long coming in with the primer as well. We're one sub away from the hype train on the tracks. And guys, P3 isn't even out yet. You guys are fucking insane. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. As you guys may have heard, we do have the 24-hour stream coming tomorrow. So I will be here all through the P3 launch for you guys. I'm a Daily Ashes content creator, and today is day 790 in a row on stream without a single day off. So I'm quite literally always here, guys. Always here. Bloons coming in with a 7 months with the primer as well, boys. You know what that means. Listen to the man and get the Dusty W booties in the chat one time for the one time. We got the big hype train on the tracks today, and I'm sure this is just going to be a rep for the big hype trains tomorrow. But if anybody does have a T1, T2, T3, a primer, or 100 biddies, y'all can throw them in now. You guys can get a gifty, not a gifty, Jesus Christ. You guys get emotes that you can only get during the hype trains and help support the stream as well. Your stoner face looks a little wild. What do you mean by stoner? Like my normal face? Like, what do you mean by stoner face? Like my normal face or my stoner face? Because those are kind of like one and the same at this point. And wild is in punchable, or wild is in like, damn, that's a really handsome stoner. Because, like, there are two ways that you could go. And I recognize for some people, I'll have a very boppable face, you know? Not everybody's going to vibe with it. The hair kind of flows, so some people would want that big action, like, poof, where the hair kicks back, right? I fucking get it. But I'm hoping it's not too much of a punchable vibe, and it's more like, damn, I'd chill and be friends with this dude. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Brother, coming in with a 420. My absolute goat. We're using that for something important tomorrow, surely. Surely. Boys, the hype is fully rolling in. Hot dog, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Phase 3 introducing dual classes. Throughout Phase 3, yes, but throughout Phase 3, it's introducing everything, so that's kind of like a bitch out answer. More specifically, 2026, I'd say probably early. They have a few things that are prioritized before secondary archetypes are coming out. With Summoner being deployed, that's going to start testing on the PTR in mid-September. So targeting probably a mid to late October deployment on live for the Summoner. Then we have our archetype tree rework that's going to bring in ranks for every one of the archetype trees, or your class trees, very simply put. And then from there, we have a level expansion that will then presumably come with secondaries, because secondaries are acquired at level 25. So it would be a little weird to get those before we went past 25, because we wouldn't really have any points to allocate in those, you know? Unless it just gave us a shitload right at 25 for whatever reason. But, yo, Cafe, hope you're having a beautiful day. Saint, what up? Just came back from groceries. I'm stocked and ready to go. Dude, that's where I was this morning. That's legitimately where I was this morning. Yes, I was doing the grocery grind this morning, and it was a glorious grind, to say the very least. We got all stocked up. We got all taken care of and ready to go. And brother, I cannot wait for tomorrow. We got the long 24-hour stream, but we have a whole lot of food. We've got a whole lot of hype. I just got absolutely gibbed by a bear because I'm just running around looking at level distribution. And I ran to an area that had a much higher level distribution than I was ready for. Yo, Pizza Sauce, what up, dude? Do we know what time Patch is planned? Patch is downloadable right meow. So you can go into your launcher, log in there, and they have the patch available for pre-download. That is just one patch, though. That's like the biggest patch. There's going to be another patch that comes in tomorrow. That's going to be a smaller patch, probably more bug fixes and stuff. We don't really know what the play is in terms of that second patch. We don't know what's planned. But there will be another patch. So, beer and water, what else could be needed? Beer has carbs. So, like, realistically, you could eat the beer and drink the water, and then you have, you got a full meal. So, hype for the next phase. Dusty held strong, and now we're here less than a day. Dude, I can't believe we made it. I also can't believe, like, how many people actually left. Genuinely, it's kind of crazy, like, how many people, like, we still have quite a few holding it down, but there were a lot of content creators that built a good community over here, and then we're just like, oh, fuck it, see y'all later, peace. And I was like, brother, this is the best time to stream if you're a small content creator. Secure yourself a spot, like, but you know, I hope they come back and have success. I hope more people come in. I know more people are coming in through B3. It's only a matter of time. So I'm excited to see more content creators over here, man. Hope we can play at midnight. 1 p.m. EST for the launch. 1 p.m. EST. Yo, bad dad. Coming in with another gifty to keep the hype train rolling, keep it on the tracks, and level it up, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. Thank you, guys. Can't figure out what sand is needed for now. Jewel crafting, maybe? What's going on with sand? Is it going to be open next phase? It is a $100 pack to get in next phase, but your pack does come with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund with no hours limit. So it is still the buy to... Oh my god, I'm dying. It is still the buy to enter, but just keep in mind that buy to enter tends to be the safest purchase in gaming right now. Like, not exaggerating in the slightest. If you can find me a better refund period than 90 days with no hours limit, I'll gift you a goddamn sub myself. Because one doesn't exist. I will go out on a limb and say this is probably the best refund period in gaming right now. So, it is a new phase launch for an MMO. You're going to have thousands of people active on the NA server and the EU server. No matter which server you go to, it will be popping, to say the very least. It is a full open world MMO, so you're going to see a lot of people doing a lot of things everywhere, no matter where you go. It's going to be very fun. And the worst case scenario is you hop in, you play for 3 months, a day under, and you say, I'm not really feeling it enough to keep going. I'm burnt out. I just want to wait. I want to play something else. Hollow Knight's coming out at some point. You know, maybe you go play Hollow Knight and then come back later. You take your $100 back and you come in on launch and you pay the $15 a month sub only to come in on launch. No box cost, no DLC cost. It's completely accessible for anybody that does want to check it out. The only thing is you have to physically have $100 to your name, but that $100 is completely protected. And if you don't have $100 to your name, you probably shouldn't be asking about video games in a YouTube or Twitch chat. You should probably be, I don't know, trying to sell bussy or something, because that's the struggle bus. I've been there, and believe me, I had to sling some bus to get by. It's a recommendation, not a judgment. We were probably afraid to not have enough viewers, but like, what do people, like, I get it, my viewership dropped, but it's not like anybody over here was pulling hundreds of viewers. People over here were doing well to, for the most part, get, you know, double digits on most streams. I was doing well to pull fucking 75 to 100 at most, right? Until phase 2.5 hit, and then it blew up, right? But even with the fall off, like, I think a lot of people thought they were gonna go down to fucking 2 viewers staying in the directory, but like, brother, that's the best time. Like, if other people are leaving, as a small content creator, that's when you get your like lion's share of time. The more people are in the directory, the worse it is for small content creators being found. Like, and the thing is, I get maybe people want to try to grow viewership and think that there are better opportunities elsewhere, but I don't think there were many like solo income full-time streamers in the Ashes scene at the time when many people left. Like, people who stream full-time and it's their only income, right? I don't necessarily think there were many of us over here. So yeah, there's a certain level of wanting to maintain numbers, but there's also a certain level of like, believe me, I've been through that spot before I went full-time. For what? You got your affiliate, you're not near the 75 average grind for partner, What are you worried about? Just build a community and worry about the long-term growth, right? And that's what I've been trying to tell people. Like, I say it a lot, and people think I'm just saying it to say it, but we have a 3 to 5 year plan here and not a 3 to 5 month plan. And I mean every single bit of that shit. I mean it through and through. We are going to be here for a very long time, good or bad or indifferent, and I'm going to be extremely happy about it. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it. So, I don't know, man. Like, I get it. People are afraid of viewership fall-offs. I mean, shit. I was pretty fucking sad going from 250 average viewers all the way down to like 50 average for a while. We're on the rebound now. I saw my sub count go from almost 2,000 down to about 270 at the lowest point that we hit. That, by the way, is not an amount that like I can't even pay my rent off of. So that is something where we double down, we stay through it. And fortunately, my good months of stream, I don't spend money at all. So my good months of stream, I put away extra money, so when I do have those bad months, I can keep powering through, and I try to account for that. So thankfully, we're on the rebound now, and the panic is far from done. Not far from done, sorry. The panic is far from here. Like, that's long gone. We're in much more of a no panic. Fubo's inciting panic, and it's carrying over. I'm getting the secondhand panic. But the feeling of like, you know, security and excitement and long term is definitely coming back. I feel as though the worst time as an Ashes content creator is long behind us. I mean, other than when Narc was making content. But, you know, the second worst time of being an Ashes content creator is far behind us. So, I'm excited about that. I mean, starting tomorrow, I can show my goddamn screen again. We can keep pumping. We can keep leveling. We can do whatever we want once again. And I'm really, really, really happy about that, to say the absolute least, man. I'm thankful, and it's been a long grind to try to, you know, stay making fresh content and stay incentivizing people to come in. Like, bro, let's be honest. You guys are watching a fucking muted VOD, hearing desynced audio from me running around on my horse, scouting out mob levels in different areas and making notes, and then we're just fucking yapping. Like, this is not some S-tier crazy produced content, like, and people could be anywhere in the world right now and they're here, dog. I appreciate that shit like crazy that people are still showing up. So it's only up from here, man, for the community, for the game, for hopefully everyone involved. And I'm really excited. I think the 24/7 uptime, I think a lot of good is coming. Open world bosses, by the way, we're asked. Dusty, I know you're a busy man, but I really need you to check that the tortillas are good. Please, the corn ones. The corn tortillas? God fucking damn it. Hold on. What am I looking for here? What am I evaluating on? Like, how do I rate these corn tortillas? Like, floppiness? They're pretty good. Yeah, I think they're still fine. I can kind of like wiggle them, waggle them, jiggle them and jaggle them. They're floppy and no mold. Floppy confirmed. No mold in sight. Unless is hiding. I think we're good. Yeah, pretty floppy. Take one out and eat it. Just raw dog a corn tort? I don't think that's intended for human consumption. I'm pretty sure you have to toast it or you get cancer. Anyways. Okay, let me catch up on messages. So there's a question about world bosses. Yes, there are world bosses in contestable areas. Everything is open world in Ashes of Creation. Right now, there is no instancing to escape to. So, you'll see right now we're fighting Firebrand, which is one of the world bosses, and there's PvP. So, I'm going around. They call me Mr. Dick 'em down because I dick 'em down when they flag up. So, I'm going around living up to my name and dicking them down. So, you can contest world bosses, you can contest mob grinds, you can contest pretty much everything. Now, in terms of contesting, I can flag up for PvP and start hitting somebody. If they're not flagged up and purple and they hit, like they don't hit me back and I kill them, I go red instead of purple, and that's called corruption, and that's very bad because I can drop pieces of my gear. You don't want to corrupt. That is always, always, always a very punished thing. So, purple good, red very bad, because red you will drop gear. That is the only time that you will actually drop pieces of your gear. So, other than that, your gear is completely safe. Don't murder people non-consensually. Don't be a dick. So, yes, everything can be contested. Everything is about contest and player friction, and there is a lot of it. That's the advantage to being in a community, !guild, if you guys do not have a community already, and go from there. So, would recommend that. What do you think is the best PvE party for leveling? 8-man? 2 cleric, 2 bard, 1 tank, and then just slap in 3 DPS. Your best DPS for leveling are probably going to be fighters or mages, simply because they have the strongest AoE. Rogue is good, Ranger's good, a lot of things are good. Murica over on YouTube, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Or sub over there, whatever the fuck it's called. YouTube currencies. Shit's like Canadian dollars for me. Your last YouTube video was 5 months ago. Yeah, I hate YouTube. I fucking hate YouTube. I think that shit's so dumb. I would rather sit here and stream for 10 hours than record one YouTube video in an hour and have someone edit it and have it get more views. I know it's ass backwards, and I'm fully aware that, like, people come into chat and they're like, oh my god, Dusty, why don't you have more views? And I'm like, or more viewers. And I'm like, A, I stream an alpha. B, I don't post anywhere else. I don't fucking post on TikTok. I don't really post on YouTube. I exist on Twitch. I go live every single day. People know where to find me, and they show up and do it. And I fuck with that. Now, YouTube content, massively beneficial, but my ideal thing, and something that I've been working to save up for, is basically an editor that scrapes VODs, pulls VODs, cuts them down, and then cross-posts over to YouTube, gets clips, gets shorts, gets long forms posted out of it. Because with how much I stream and how much like time is spent actually answering questions and discussing things, we would have a catalog of YouTube content in a week of VODs, if we're being completely real. So it's just a matter of the actual time allocation. One thing that I'm trying to be very aware of is that, well, being a full-time content creator is quite literally like put in all of your life, soul, and effort to the content creation grind. I stream a lot, and streaming is my preferred like content creation. I don't really like sitting in a room by myself recording something, and everyone's just like, Dusty, take a couple hours off stream and, you know, make YouTube content. I'm not rich enough to do that. If I had a shitload of money, then I could either take a couple hours off stream and not worry about sub count on Twitch, as that's my primary income, and do YouTube instead and make no money on YouTube yet and long-term invest in that. Or I could just pay somebody to do it. Unfortunately, with how much I stream, I have neither time nor money to facilitate that. So yeah, that's the long-term goal. The dream is to have, like I mentioned, just that full like editor that knows the Ashes stuff, has the conceptualization of, like, you know, the vibe of stream and everything, someone that's familiar with Ashes, familiar with the stream, and then long term just work with them and have that full kind of like pseudo automated system to it, right? Where it's like stream goes up and then I look on my YouTube and bam, there's a video up. That is the dream for any content creator. So that's what we hopefully work towards. It's, you know, definitely more of a long-term thing, and finding the right person can take fucking years in terms of someone that has the time commitment and everything to make it happen. But if the right link up does happen, then that can absolutely be massive. But yeah, no, I fully acknowledge, like, YouTube content is something that propels a lot of people in terms of a carryover to Twitch. The just raw views over there and the passive that you can get over there is great. Plus the fact that I'm always streaming and I multi-stream on both as well. People are always gonna see that I'm live when they're watching the videos. Totally makes sense. But I don't want to take time off stream outside of the Twitch directory to make YouTube content, if that makes sense. All right, more questions. Figure it out. You got to do anvils for the content. Like, I don't think the anvils is bad. I really don't think the anvils is bad. Can't you multi-stream to TikTok? I could multi-stream to TikTok. I could multi-stream to Kick. I could multi-stream to Party. I could multi-stream to everything all at once. Twitch partner agreements are non-exclusive, so you can multi-stream like freely with those. There are some things where you're not supposed to show like certain chats and stuff or direct people elsewhere and shit. So like me talking about it could probably get me in trouble. But basically, like, I am pretty selective of where I put my content out because the audience that you attract is also somewhat dependent on the platform that your content's on. I think like any views are good views, right? But I mean, we have Ash's content on TikTok. We have Ash's content that has hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. The crossover and the actual carryover from TikTok to Twitch is incredibly low. And the audience is just kind of like a different audience over there. The content's a different type of content. Like short form and long form are two incredibly different things. Short form, every single second matters because your average short form video is going to be fucking like 10 to 20 seconds. So that's every second is 10% of your video, right? So if you don't have that short form that's edited, chopped, like if I take a clip of the craziest duel, but the first second of that clip isn't properly staged, it's not going to pop off on YouTube Shorts or TikTok. Every single second of your short form has to be optimized. If you were clipping down one of my rants into short form, you would edit out all of my breaths, all of my small pauses. I would be talking faster in that short form than I am on stream, even though I already talk pretty fast on stream sometimes. So everything is a different game over there. And that's part of why I don't invest like too heavily on that side of things, because I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not. And I'm good at sitting here yapping, making long form marathon Twitch content, which is something that is better the longer you stream, right? The more time you stream in a day, the more people will see your channel and come in. And if you cascade viewers over time, welcome to a snowball effect. The 24-hour stream has the potential to be very good or very bad for the channel if I die. So, Dusty in crack mode? Literally. You're taking breaths? Yeah, I always take breaths. What you mean? But yeah, it's a lot of different games on different platforms in terms of the content side of shit, right? So you've got to edit YouTube stuff differently. You've got to edit TikTok stuff differently than your YouTube short stuff. There's so much algorithm maintenance to do with fucking keyword functionality. And like the days are gone where you just post a YouTube video about a topic and people find it in that topic, because every topic has so many YouTube content creators, because you don't have to have a $25,000 stream setup with a dual PC setup, a Sony A7 or Shure SM7B and everything you've ever wanted in your setup to actually fucking make a YouTube video. You can, I'm pretty sure fucking Report of the Week records his YouTube videos on his goddamn phone and has more subscribers than anybody in the Ashes scene. So you could legitimately put up whatever on YouTube whenever. So unfortunately, a lot of it comes down to fucking SEO level stuff like search engine optimization, algorithm knowledge, playing to the algorithm, engagement farming with clickbaity titles and like edgy controversial takes. So it's a different game, man. And I don't know that I like that game. Douglas, what up, my dude? How are you? Cats with Cracks? The Magic the Gathering Guild? Like that episode of Futurama where Fred drinks all that coffee? Listen, he got his tax refund. What do you not have phones? I know, Fubo. You must shame the poors. You must shame the poors. Yeah, you can't record YouTube content. You don't have a phone. You don't have something with a camera. You could record YouTube content off of probably like a fucking iPod at this point, if the iPod has a camera and access to the internet. I'm assuming iPods are still in production. YouTube is the most accessible content platform in human history, because all it takes is you posting some video talking about something and the algorithm taking it. Even if you are a 0 viewer Twitch streamer that gets put on the front page, if you are so bad at streaming that somebody comes into your channel and then they instantly leave, all of the viewers just cycle through. Once a YouTube video has a view, it has a view. You can't unsuck my dick. You can't unwatch my YouTube video. Like, once that view's there, you're not taking it back. If 300,000 people come through and view a YouTube video, but they don't like it, congratulations, your YouTube video has 300,000 views. If 300,000 people come through your Twitch, but they stay for an average of 32 seconds and they all leave, congratulations, you have no viewers. And that is the difference between YouTube and Twitch that I really like. You have a lot of successful YouTubers that will try to come over to the Twitch side of things, and they absolutely bomb on Twitch. Because it's not just scripting something out for 12 minutes and then, you know, putting an 8 to 12 minute video up and being able to edit that down, edit out all of your ums, ahs, e's, and perfectly curate it to the way that you want it. If you are live, you have to be entertaining the entire time. The average watch time on Twitch is about 12 minutes and 37 seconds. Last year's, anyways. That is the average time that somebody clicks on a channel, stays, and then leaves. Across all of Twitch. You are trying to be higher than that average so you can snowball viewers over the course of your stream, and if you're lower than that average, then you're just atrophying viewers like absolutely crazy. It's different skill sets? Absolutely. It's 1000% different skill sets. The trick to editing out ums is to train yourself not to have any. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can always just talk better. Yo, Fitty, what am I going? You ready for tomorrow? Brother, I've been ready for the past fucking 3.5 months. Like, my people took time off of work for this. I applied for Twitch front page for the 4th of August. It got declined. But I applied for the 4th. Brother, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I finally have something to look forward to again. Like, progression is going to matter once again. And I can't fucking wait for that. I absolutely cannot wait. What I'm trying to do right now is essentially have a couple of very sneaky areas that I think could be extremely successful on launch for us to go to. I'm thinking of unconventional areas that may be a little bit under the radar. Because I really am thinking my group may have to go Riverlands to have a shot at leveling Prague. It is going to slightly suck not being out there to actually help with Cat Torum. But I think what I've heard so far is that a lot of people would rather have us at 25 and pumping gear and carrying people up and, you know, scaling up and coming back to help after the fact than have everybody suffering in terms of the levels to put the node up itself. So we'll try to get ahead of the curve as much as we can. I got the full 24-hour stream, so we got everything that we can have on our end of things lining up for it. We'll just try to do everything we can with it and have some smooth prog planned out, man. So many things can change, but I am quite literally riding around on my mount right now, just checking out different areas, marking down spawn levels mentally, and then taking note of where I actually, you know, think that a good backup, a good primary, a good tertiary could all be for tomorrow. I need 20 plus to do carpentry. Yeah. I think 20 is the big goal for pretty much everybody as their primary. If you get to 20, that opens up so unbelievably much along the way. So unbelievably much. So yeah, I think that 20, like, that's going to be giving you your highest level of gear. That is allowing you to equip high level 29 pieces. That's allowing you access to pretty much every farm in the game. Like, once you get to 20, the rest of it is just kind of like chilling out till 25, getting your gear up, getting everything set up, right? Then you're good. My average watch time watching you is longer than my workday is crazy. Yeah, so I mentioned that the average watch time on Twitch is like 12 hours and 37 minutes. I can pull up, let's see. Yesterday's stream had a watch time of 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 16 seconds on average. So that is every single person that clicks on the stream is staying on average for that long before they click off. Now, of course, we are skewed because we have people that will lurk the entirety of the stream, and I am greatly appreciative for that. But I want to see for the 24-hour stream how high we can push up the average watch time. I really want it to be like fucking 20 hours plus average watch time. I think that would be hilarious. So, I don't know, but I take a lot of pride in that we have just like such a high watch time. Yo, Nihao chatting, how are you today? What time tomorrow does it open up? 1 p.m. EST it opens up tomorrow. I am trying to be live around 10 a.m. I'm trying to be live around 10 a.m. Do I have to play? You do have to play. Yeah, you absolutely have to play. Why wouldn't you play? We need everybody playing. Even if you're just going out to Kaltorum and you're like hitting trees, you're mining, you're helping our crafters. Zomp will literally get on his hands and knees and beg for people to help our crafting infrastructure. We need everybody gathering, we need everybody refining, and we need everybody saying, who can I feed this to? But you don't know who I am. But I don't, who the fuck are you, Barack Obama? I don't give a shit. Why the fuck would I care who somebody is? Just come play Ashes. I don't, do I hate you? Do I want to just, like, do I despise you as a human being for some reason? I don't know. I don't really hate many people. I don't think I'd have a reason to not want you to come play. I'm shitty at the game? Okay. Most of our people are. That's perfectly okay. Yeah. Our top guilds, like our top 2 guilds, are all about PvP stuff, but we have multiple guilds, and we have casual guilds all the way down the ladder that are open to quite literally anybody, where there's no pressure to be good. It's all about coming in and having fun and helping how you want to and how you can. So yeah, literally there are so many systems in Ashes that you quite literally cannot fail in, and just helping in any way helps a lot. Last time Zombie made me switch guilds. Yeah, zombie is as zombie does. But it was probably for the infrastructure. If you're a bit more casual, he was probably trying to clear some room when we had actives. But the structure will be a lot better this time, so people shouldn't get moved around too much. But yeah, Zom definitely structures things for the infrastructure. Yes, absolutely. How can we get into these guilds? Exclamation guild. You can just post up, you can get your roles, create your ticket from there, and then congratulations, you're up tremendous. Invites will be going out. Hopefully day 1 we'll have people crafting those guild scrolls and handing them off. But it's discord.gg/catswithabs. I was in the casual guild, Cats with Flabs, and he kicked me to Cats. Oh wait, he brought you up a guild. So he was probably trying to fill out Cats numbers once people stopped playing, if I had to guess. I don't know when it was, but he probably brought you up to try to fill out Cats numbers, because Cats was a 2nd guild. Yeah, you got a promotion. But yeah, legitimately, like, any person, any caliber of player, there is no reason to not recruit more people that can help benefit your community in Ashes, very simply put. It's one of the easiest things that you can do holistically that just benefits. No casuals in Ashes is a full-time job. Many hands make light work. Now, if it's a full-time job for a solo player to acquire something, and you have 8 people doing that, that instantly turns into no longer a full-time job. And thankfully, through a whole lot of infrastructure, through a whole lot of planning, we are hoping to be able to lighten the load for a lot of our people. Per DM job. Yes, exactly. It's still going to be a lot of input. Like, especially if you want to play on a high level, there is no way where, you know, even if you have a successful community, you're going to be able to play 2 hours and do anything on the highest level. Just simply put. You got to put in the time, you got to put in the effort, and you have to have the community. It is many moving pieces coming together to successfully have a system, you know, shown. So, I definitely think that it is a large proportion of time and effort input to the actual output of what you get. But for people that are casual, there's absolutely an element of feeling involved and feeling like your input does matter, because it does matter. You're helping all of the people who are in your community get geared up, get set up, which will help you more because every piece of gear is a waterfall. So you have no bind on pickup, bind on equip. So say I get a new... My horse just got hit for 1,000. I might just get one-shotted. That's not good. I got into too high level of an area. Things are bad. Things are very bad. Anyways, so say I get a new sword, right? Wait. Oh, never mind. It was just lag. No, I just... Wait, what the fuck? I just respawned all the way back to the ruins of Ayla? I've been scammed. Oh, I guess that was my closest one. Anyways, so say I get a new sword, right? That sword is going to be equipped by me, but my old sword will be instantly passed down to somebody else who does not have, you know, that level of sword. So every single upgrade for one person facilitates an upgrade for somebody else, which facilitates an upgrade for somebody else. And in theory, every piece of gear that your guild acquires that you contribute to crafting benefits multiple people and raises the floor of your entire guild. So it is most definitely massive to have people that are contributing to the smallest acts, the largest acts, everything in between. And if people are not holistically bought in, you're not going to have a ton of success as a community. So, Ray, what up, my friend? Congrats on making it to phase 3. It's finally here. Soon, brother, soon. It's not here yet, but I've got about 14 hours, a little under, until I lock in for the 24-hour stream. We've got like 17 hours, I believe it is, until P3 launch, 1 p.m. EST. And it just gets closer and closer now. I think private test realm goes down in what, 45 minutes, chat? Is it still going down at that point? Because I was supposed to go over and hit a text guide and like a step-by-step, but I really need to scout this shit out for leveling prog, and I just lost my goddamn horse. I might make a new character real quick and go through Lionhold side, because I did this character through Samia's, and I need to do one more through Lionhold to check like timing comparatively. Where are you scouting? I'm gonna be honest, Riverlands. I'm leaning heavily towards the Riverlands. P2.5 hasn't been the best experience to watch. I'm looking forward to actually seeing what's been on the PTR. Yeah. I'll be completely honest. The last few months of content creation have been hell, dude. I've been talking about this a lot, but it's genuinely been hard to try to remain entertaining on a server that has nobody on it and nothing happening on it at any point. It's a process. So I'm super thankful to actually be able to have content to make again. And I'm thinking that it only goes up, man. Like I've been saying it a lot, but P3 is just the start of a long period of massive changes for Ashes. And that's just going to lead to the game being in a better state after all these changes, right? Eventually we launch and we're nowhere near that at this point. And people are already excited about P3. People are already excited about the stream. Like I'm so grateful to be in this spot, and I really do think it only continues to go up. It only continues to get better. So I'll be real, man. P2.5 hasn't been the best experience to play, but we also knew that it was going to be the stress test along the way. I just didn't know that everybody was going to leave as fast as they did. It was like one day everyone was here, the next day everyone was just fully fucking gone. It was all cooked instantaneously. So yeah. I just, P3, man, it's a huge time for me. I feel as though there's been like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Like there were days where I legitimately sat here for fucking 30 minutes just being like, what am I even gonna talk about today? It's been just chatting stream for a while. I'm happy for it, and I'm welcoming the change. Yeah. Like, and don't get me wrong, this will still be a chatting stream always. I'm resident yapper, right? But now we can actually chat about gameplay too. Like, I'm fucking thrilled. I can't wait. Being able to actually like yap and have gameplay that matters and spur up fun content and not just be running around the world showing off visuals and doing fuck all. Like, I ran caravans for like 3 weeks to get gold cap. And that was our streaming process. I would do 8 hours of caravans a day, and I'd sit on a fucking raft, and throughout that day, people would run up and say hi while I was on the raft. Like, it's about to be completely different, man, to say the absolute fucking least. It's just, dude, it's so night and day what I'll be able to do. This won't be a caravan and just chatting AOC stream any longer. I know. They'll still say hi. I know. I'm excited that people will say hi. And I'll still run caravans, but it's not going to be 8 hours a day for 3 weeks straight. Maybe it will be. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, we're going to have so much content, so many things to do. It's going to be so fun building up the community, doing everything together. All of the spin-ups like of PvP, of competition, of friction. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. So I hope people still say hi though. Everyone's gonna be busy as shit. But yeah, man, I mean, I always say like this stream is probably one of the highest like yap per minute streams that there is. I obsess over not having a lot of downtime in the streams because, like I mentioned earlier, there is not a lot of time for most people to engage with a new viewer before that new viewer just, especially once the directories pop and it has more options, before a new viewer is just like, all right, well, I'm gonna go watch someone else do something else, you know, fuck off elsewhere, right? And I really tried to minimize downtimes in yaps, other than when I'm obviously fucking taking a quick break. Whenever I'm here, I try to be having conversation with chat so people can walk in and always feel like there's something going on, something for them to engage with, hop into. And I think that's something that contributes to a lot of people feeling a bit better about stuff. In terms of first-time chatters, people dropping the follow, which, by the way, if you're not dropping the follow, make sure you do. We're inching closer and closer to 10K. Boys! We're inching closer and closer and closer to 10K. We'll be at 10K before we know it, surely. And it's very exciting, but your guys' follows are what help get us there. And as always, check your primers as well. If you don't, well, then you're only playing yourself because that primer's free and it does not auto-renew each month. So make sure you check it. Make sure you drop the follow if you're not already. And I greatly appreciate y'all. At least there'll be PvP if there's a caravan run. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Caravans will not be safe. PvP will be legitimately everywhere. It is going to be phenomenal. Stream 7 Dusty on launch. Join my Discord for bogging him down. 400 plus members so far. I have 401 members. What are you gonna do now? I've got the numbers. You're helpless. Hopeless. And you've got no options. Did Nin get first? Toast got it. So you gave first to a polar player today. Cancel the event, it's a numbers game? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and hear me out. That extra one, it's me, baby. I'm the difference maker. Without me, it all fall apart. Yeah, your plans are foiled once again, brother. And we gotta keep recruiting. Because you can even those numbers up at any point. But yeah, I mean, PvP, you're probably going to see more PvP here than you're ready for. I'll be completely honest. We are going to be throwing guild decks around, being very, very, very active with our guild decks. We are going to be doing a lot. How does losing to Polar make you feel? Yeah, Leon. Honestly, Leon and Nin 2v1 by Polar. Disgusting. Disgusting. Polar is one person and Leon and Nin are two people. Absolutely outplayed. It's almost time. 7 years I've waited in the days among us. There's an imposter among us. Wait, is the day killing people? Mr. Maz, oh no. You've got to stay safe out there. It's fucking cutthroat. There is a new day among us. To say the absolute least. Yes. So, what's your immediate plan when launch hits? And do we think launch hits at 1? Or do we think that we're looking at a little bit of a pushback, boys? That's what I'm curious about. If they're able to get us up at 1, we're up tremendous. Pushback 1,000%. What time are you thinking? I'm guessing 1 to 2 hour pushback to 5? You think a pushback to 5? That's a long push. God damn. You think that long of a push? 4 to 5 PST. With all of the downtime? Do you have an editor for shorts for P3? I do not. I was actually going on a rant previously about how my ideal scenario would be to find somebody who's very familiar with, like, Ashes and the channel. And be willing to clip down streams and shit. I need short and long form content if we're being real, because we have so many questions that are answered through good organic rants that aren't too scripted that I think would show off the personality of stream well and give people actual unfiltered feedback on Ashes instead of just heavily scripted doomium or copium. So yeah, I'm always trying to expand my team, because I put in so many hours in front of the camera that sometimes it can be incredibly hard to, you know, to do anything behind the camera. So, Exclamation Discord. My Discord is the way to go with that. Discord.gg/DustyWhy. Reach out to myself and Double Goon Carla in there. Those are definitely the two channels to go there. Carla will see it faster. I will see it at some point after Carla tells me to see it. But Cats behind the scenes. Bro, having a proper team to support a stream is so fucking important and can grow it so much. Because realistically, right? Say everything's rolling well and we're all set up. And P3, like, you guys have to remember, I've been streaming 8 hours a day recently. 8 hours is a short stream for me. I usually stream 10 to 12 hours a day when there's actual content and I'm not, like, scraping at the bottom of the barrel trying to keep people entertained. So we're gonna be back on that grind. The more time I can spend in front of the camera, if we have somebody that is, you know, being fed shorts, looking for the shorts, finding the content, every single one of our streams we could easily get 3 longs and fucking 20 shorts from. Especially with PvP content, duels, everything, like tech discoveries. Bruh, it's endless what content can happen. It's just a matter of having, you know, someone there that has an eye for finding it and for getting, you know, getting it all situated. So yeah, absolutely always looking for help and extensions of the team. I think the community is going to continue to grow rapidly, right? Phase 2.5 launch, we went crazy. So stuff that helps growth the most is always the least fun. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is definitely a matter of how you want to allocate your time. And some people are fortunately able to grow, like, without it. Some people, shit, even with that shit, struggle to grow, right? And it's definitely a not for everyone conversion, right? Where it's just post on YouTube and your stream blows up. There are a lot of people that post on YouTube more than me that, you know, don't pull what I pull for lives. And it's like, it's just how it works for everyone. And I'll be honest, like, I like recording YouTube content when I can, but like you said, severe ADHD, dog. Like, I don't edit myself. If I'm supposed to sit down and script out a full video, that's hard for me. Like, I can get the concept for it, but like actually scripting it out, I mean, my last post was 5 months ago. It was a banger fucking video. I did none of the editing for it. I just scripted it out and recorded it, and it was great. It took me hours to record though because I hate fucking recording. But like, I don't know, man. I'd rather just sit here in front of a camera for hours on end yapping than I would doing it in front of a camera without anybody here. And it's weird because I streamed for so long to 0 viewers. You'd think that I'd be kind of more okay with just sitting in front of the camera with nobody there. But I don't like YouTube's like algorithm chase. I don't like the engagement bait on YouTube. I don't like the fact that if I post something that is, you know, like, oh, this thing in Ashes of Creation is really great, right? That's not going to get as much engagement as this thing in Ashes of Creation is really bad. Is this the death of Ashes of Creation? That's just going to be a more edgy, noticeable video right off rip. So, I don't know, man. I just try to keep everything in mind, but I really do enjoy live streaming, and it's most definitely where I've grown the most. I mean, even in my YouTube postings, I posted New World content, and it did really well. Nothing like millions of views or anything, but I like streaming. I like being present in streaming, and streaming is also a thing where it's like a kingmaker system with presence to a certain extent. But YouTube is also that passive task while you're doing the active task. It's doing the laundry while you're taking a shit. So it's most definitely a good thing to just have going in the background. I just think for a lot of people, especially like once you go full time, right? If you don't have the financial security of like, I can stream less and still pay bills, then that's a big thing too, right? My like full-time streaming income is built around the 60, 70 plus hour weeks that I put in. And if I don't put those in, then that's going to be, you know, a substantial change on that, which even in the short to midterm could be a thing. So it's essentially like the what do you have now versus the long-term investment side of it and making it all work there. But yeah, it is most definitely a delicate balance that I think is one of the one of the craziest gotchas in content creation, because every YouTube video you put out could be another second that you're spending on stream, and could potentially be when somebody comes through that's a big supporter of your stream. If you never meet that person that gives you, you know, the piece of advice or the connection, or is a big supporter to help you go full time or something like that, then that's also an opportunity cost loss. But you also have the chance to encounter that person through YouTube, have them carry over from YouTube to your Twitch. It's such a mindfuck of a game. And I always try to tell people, content can be done in any way. There are people that have never posted a YouTube video that explode on Twitch. There are people that go full-time on YouTube with never streaming. There are people who start on YouTube, go to Twitch, start on Twitch, go to YouTube, start on gaming, and go IRL. And it's genuinely, you know, what you make of it type thing. And it's truly crazy to think about, but I also like that so many people can make it in so many different ways, because if people play to their strengths, and that's one thing too, like me playing to my strengths is recognizing the fact that my time is best spent making live content and interacting with chat, and then getting organic clip down stuff from that. I mean, you look at Asmongold, he posts something and it's got hundreds of thousands to millions of views. He's one of the largest streamers on Twitch still. His YouTube content is literally just clipped down from his stream, and he's ranting about shit. So it doesn't necessarily take a heavily curated YouTube to do things either. It could be a YouTube VOD popping off. It could be anything. So I like playing to my strengths. For me is being in front of the camera as much as I can, and then also trying to long-term have that, you know, have that editor, have that expansion of the team where everything gets kind of facilitated there. But yeah, it's a deep game. DustyWhy, I'm only sleeping for now. Bro, I don't want people to watch me sleep. I really don't want y'all to watch me sleep. That's like my personal time. I'd be farting and shit in my sleep, and I'm a really restless sleeper. Yo, Kitty Paws. Hello. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy day 790. I appreciate you. Every day is a beautiful day. Every day is an absolutely beautiful day. Content stuff, disabled all my socials, too stressed. I just don't check socials, really. I don't post on shit. I tweeted today because I spilled coffee on my white shirt. That was unfortunate. But other than that, like, I'm not too active on socials, and that's a big thing too, is like the grind and the curated content also isn't for everybody, because there's also a certain element like, hey, you can post on Twitter or you can post on fucking Instagram to try to grow as well from outside sources, right? But that's also going to be different types of content. I posted a tweet earlier today that was talking about how we had phase 3 coming up soon, and Deadlock just hit a good patch, and that gaming is healing. And it did okay. If I put a post about Hollow Knight and this other massive game and these big titles in there and big keywords, more of an audience would have seen that expanded tweet, and it probably would have done better. Could I delete and repost the tweet and still probably get better engagement on it if I include Hollow Knight and a few other titles? Yeah, absolutely. But everything outside of live content, I feel like typically has to be so curated to actually succeed. And I feel like live content is one of those organics that are left. Now, there are still a lot of people that script out their live content, and that's perfectly okay. Skits and scripts, whatever, they can help people. But I think live content always shows through, right? If you're just running a show, people notice that it runs like a show, and it is a show. Like, people will show up and interact with it like a show. If you're building a community in an organic way, you're going to have a different level of interaction, a different level of response from your community, and a different level of engagement. So that's like, I always skew towards live. I love live. I'd rather sit here and yap with you guys and get good yaps and communication off of people asking questions and me answering them, instead of just, I don't know, posting a YouTube video and trying to answer a question the best that I can and then not being able to clarify more. Because no matter how much I talk about something, somebody could have a follow-up question, and it's like, make another YouTube video. Sure, low-hanging fruit there, or I could just answer the questions while I'm live for people. So, I don't know. That's the big thing. Because, like, the YouTube videos can come from the lives. I don't think the lives can come from the YouTube videos. To put it very simply, I can't turn a bunch of YouTube videos stitched together into a good live stream every day that'll pull people in. But if I find out how to be a good live stream content creator every day and pull people in day after day, then I can definitely clip that shit down and post it on YouTube, and it'll be entertaining. So, Just a matter of having the right infrastructure in place. And like any successful business, it's very hard to do it yourself. And at the end of the day, if you're trying to do anything streaming full time is, you know, it's gonna be businessy. So you gotta look at it from that perspective too. Unless you got so much money that you don't fucking care and then you just do whatever you want. Congratulations, you made it in life. But I'm not at that point yet. I was stressed about rent. Should they delete P3? Oh, why would they? I don't think so. I think P3's in a great spot, personally. Love my new green stuff. Apples and bananas and grape gas. How's that coming out, Indie? Is that coming out heavy couch locky or nah? Everything's so hybrided out at this point, it's hard to tell just from like strain names alone, but 70, 80, 30, 60, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense lineage-wise that it would come out, Indie. If it avoids the couch lock, that'd be a pretty nice nighttime smoke. I don't like couch lock. Some people really like, I don't know, like a GG or like a GMO. Something that's like a very heavy couch lock, couch sync. Like, I don't like that. A CBD heavy strain with like a super heavy body high. I like a nice heady high, personally. But everyone has their preferences. Some people pay good money to get pissed on. I am out a few dollars recently and don't think it's that cool. But, you know, to each their own. You live and you learn, and apparently they don't have a refund policy. So, different fields of businesses. Can't wait for lore videos. Dusty lore videos? Bro, my lore rants are legendary. At least you try new things? Yeah, Yaga, I think it's very important to try new things because you really never know what you're going to enjoy until you enjoy it. For the longest time, I convinced myself that I didn't like mushrooms because they were called mushrooms and looked weird as a kid. And then I had mushrooms that were cooked properly. I don't do hallucinogens, by the way. Actual mushrooms, you fucking degens. And they were phenomenal. Now I eat mushrooms regularly, not hallucinogens. Somewhere out there, there's someone that's just tripping balls like, yeah, Dusty. That's, you do you, buddy. But that's not for me. I have too fragile of an ego. Wrong batch. My convenience store has started diversifying their catalog pretty recently. So it's been rough. It's been rough. Shrooms are great. I take lion's mane daily. Isn't that like one of the normal shrooms? Like a healthy shroom and not like a hallucinogen? Get that herbalism leveling type of high. I don't dude, I've never done anything other than smoke weed. I don't even like drinking that much because it makes my tummy hurt. I don't smoke nicotine because it makes my tummy hurt. If somebody offers me a blunt, I'll hit it, but it's gonna make my tummy hurt. Like, I'm kind of just like, I like ripping my bong ski and chilling, to put it very simply. I have my preferences. Regular shrooms over olives? Oh yeah, olives are like biting into an eyeball. Yeah, olives are disgusting. I think I would rather actually eat ass than eat olives. Just in terms of like a day-to-day. I don't even think there's like a question about it. I think ass over olives 10 times out of 10. No question, no contest, no anything. Olives are amazing. Green olives are delicious. You guys are weird, to say the absolute least about it. I think that is quite a strange take, but I respect it. Ask before olives, make that a Dusty merge. Booty shorts? I mean, realistically, I just don't think olives are good. I don't think olives are worth like the jaw work, at the very least. They're not good. They're not good in stuff because they're such a pungent fucking taste that just like protrude into everything. Gonna make an olive emote on my Twitch to use here. How can I stop someone from having a free sub to themselves? I want to see how's nighttime on PTR. Does it look better? I mean, it looks like night. You still have your Sky OC. You still have your moons and stuff. Right now, it is 29 minutes remaining until dawn. But, like, I would say nighttime looks like that part of the early to mid 2010s when everything was galaxy themed. So it's pretty cool. I fuck with the galaxy theme. But yeah, it's a pretty skybox to say the least. You got clouds, you got the new mountains and shit. There's a big old billow of smoke coming out from the Crucible, which is the volcano-y area. So, next you're gonna say so about Hawaiian pizza not being good with olives on it. Hawaiian pizza's worse than bacon pineapple pizza because bacon is a better ham and Hawaiian has ham. That's inarguable. And if you put olives on that, it's ruined. Absolutely ruined. How many gifties to get you to say rogue players are only played by the best people? I'm assuming you mean rogues are only played, right? Instead of rogue players. Because your own typo even missed your first read. How many gifties to get me to say that wholeheartedly? What are we at right now? 624? 76. If we hit 700 before the end of stream, I'll say it. That's before the end of this stream, though. And keep in mind, this is going to be a long stream because I still got a meal prep for tomorrow. We're going to be probably chill for a couple hours, though. Probably a little bit longer. It is going to be a slightly shorter stream, though, because tomorrow is going to be an absolutely lit 24-hour stream. It's going to be an incredibly lit day. Now, we do also have the PTR coming down here in 15 minutes. So, I'm kind of scrambling at this point. Because I'm not 100,000% sold on where I want to bring my group. And I'm really split on a few different areas for our initial grind. There are a lot of options. You're doing 24 hours when? Tomorrow. So the start of phase 3 is tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. We hit the sub goal for the 24-hour stream, so I'll be live around probably like 10:30. And then after that, I'll be live until 10:30, 24 hours. Then I'll probably sleep a little bit and then go live again the next day because I've streamed 790 days in a row. It's not going to stop. I'm just going to grind P3 and then catch up on sleep gradually. So it's going to be a lot. When I got home, I was trying to hold on, but I died. Jesus fucking Christ. Dusty, you were like 2 hours late? I was not 2 hours late. I was right on time. I was here when I was supposed to be here. I had to go grocery shopping. And my grocery shopping is going to allow me to eat tomorrow. But I do still have more prep to do before I can actually eat. Otherwise, we're full cooked. So we've just got to keep that in mind too. The prep is not quite done yet. So after stream, I meal prep. And then tomorrow we go live with, well, a whole lot of food ready to eat, ready to go. And I can't fucking wait. 4, I'm the worst healer of the bunch. You were probably the last to sign up. You're not the worst healer. That's, I mean, what? Who's playing Cleric? Who's playing Cleric? Is Hosty playing Cleric still? Leon's also playing Cleric. I'd say it's between them, if I had to guess. What are the stereotypes of what kind of people play MMO classes? I would say obnoxious, hyperactive people play rogues. Obnoxious, hyperactive people play rogues? Nah, I think people that want a nimble playstyle in an MMO can't run a mile IRL. I would be willing to say that rogue players probably have the worst cardio. Fighter players probably go to the gym actively. Tank players... I have thoughts. Zybak goes to gym. Zybak's a fighter player. He only plays rogue because fighter's awful. I'll always call Zybak a fighter player, not a rogue player. If fighter were better, he would have never switched. It's okay, I'll carry the tanks leveling up. Listen, man. Listen. Us tanks, we don't even need heals. We don't even fucking need heals. Tank players, small PP. I feel like 75% of tanks have god complexes. I won't lie. I feel like most tanks think they're the most important person in every room that they walk in, but they don't even know how to play their class properly. Tanks are boomers. Where the fuck did that come from? I mean, actually, like PvE tanks, kind of. Tanks are divas. Yeah, to a certain extent. I feel like a lot of tanks just don't acknowledge that they suck. I think tanks are the class that thinks they're better than they are the most frequently. Like, tanks will think they're an absolute god and think that they're only dying because dumb fucking bitch healer isn't healing. And like...
I don't need self-heals.
Please help me!
Healers don't need protection. But yeah, I think a tank will die due to their own actions. And then they will blame everybody that they can that's not themselves. I think like 70% of players are the same way. Die and blame. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, the same type of person that loses in PvP and instantly goes, oh, gear diff, this diff, that diff. The only diff is the person diff, brother. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. A lot of people are that exact same way. It is kind of crazy too, because it's so incredibly easy to just not be that way. If I'm being real, it's really fucking easy. You just die and you say, okay, how can I get better from it? President of the event, yeah. A lot of motherfuckers will not just swallow that pride and say, my bad. Mages are ego players? Nah. I think bards are the ego players. I feel like every bard player looks in the mirror when they jerk off. If I'm being completely honest, I think bards are the ego players. Mages are like the people that walk around having a conversation with their phone on speaker, or like blasting music from their phone speakers while they walk around. Like, they want everybody to know that they are a mage and that they are in the area so ungodly badly. Very simply put, I feel like mages are like the old vegan meme where it's like, how long until a vegan tells you they're a vegan? How long until a mage tells you that mages are really bad in 1v1s and really good in groups after losing a 1v1? LaRussa coming in with the 20 bomb? Brother! Oh my holy moly, boys! Can we get some Dusty W booties in here? One time for Mr. LaRussa coming in with the 20 gifties to support the channel. LaRussa, thank you, boys.
Ni hao.
The P3 hype is in full effect. The gifties coming in, being dunked on our fucking head. We are truly up tremendous, truly blessed on this fine day. We've got 9 minutes left of the PTR, and I still have no fucking idea where I want to take my group on RIP. I'll be completely honest. I hope other people are also researching, because holy shit, I'm so conflicted. We're cooked. Yeah, I'm conflicted. There's so many fucking options for us, right? Now, I think I have the tech. I think I have exactly what I want us to do. It's just a matter of how it works out. But I think it'll work out well. I think we'll be fine. I think it'll absolutely be playable. The rocks are my plan. Rocks to 20. Bro, low-key, you could always get a couple of easy levels out of some gathering. Worst comes to worst. Oh god. Nin, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Do I switch the plan entirely? Is the question. Where'd I park this character? Fuck, I'm back at the ruins of Ayla. I'm not gonna make it to where I want to go in time. We're truly down horrendous. I think I know where we want to go. I think we'll be fine, especially with the group that we have. I think it'll be absolutely fine. I think I've got a pretty good route plotted, at least early, and then that'll bring us to a good spot to transition. Feel the vibe? Decide on login? Yeah, like, it's not like I have a lack of knowledge about what's available to go to. It's more so that there are too many options that are valid, and mob competition is such a bitch that it'll cause you to second guess yourself all the time. So yeah, I definitely just gotta I just gotta full send on something for us, and I will. I think I have in mind what we're gonna be doing. I think I've got a good calculation of like opportunity cost and everything associated with that. I think we'll be in a pretty good spot.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the
Crackle?
game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use?
'Cause AGS
Why
doesn't
the
know.
fuck did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
Everything's beautiful right now, Crackle. And E to you, dog. Everything's beautiful. In a mere 13 hours, I will be live for the start of a 24-hour stream. That is 10 a.m. EST. I am going to get out of bed. I am going to shit, shave, shower, and start stream.
Dead. Fucking
The
idiot.
4 S's. Streg, you're the idiot. I've been cooking today. Are you ready for launch? Because, brother, it's going to be a fucking chore. I think I've got our leveling loop sorted for my group. I think at least early, I think we're good. And then after that, once we're out to a good start, sky's the limit. I'm confident. I think we got the solution. Dude, I'm just so excited to be able to show my screen again. It's only one question to ask. Will you flag up and put it all on the line? Wait, me? If another group can test me? Yeah, what the fuck you mean? 8-person numbers match? Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I'm worried about is like mass scale not having enough numbers to back stuff up in an immediate area. If it's just one group, yeah, especially early before healers are giga strong, I'm just gonna jump on a healer, literally eat their ass, and then drop your entire group. Is first group doing root quest or not when we start? There might be an audible. We're really thinking that the anvils might not have enough support for all of the groups going there, because it seems like people are predominantly going anvils. And I'm thinking we hedge this and we go Riverlands. All this ass talk, you better have stocked up on syrup. What are we doing with the syrup? I do have a lot of syrup though. And we can do whatever we need to with it. Hopefully Steven's comment about Summoner mid-September on PTR will be fun to look forward to. I mean, honestly, mid-September, I'm still probably going to be progressing on fucking P3 build, if I'm being real. Mid-September is not that far away for PTR deployment. So, yeah, a lot of people will go over there for it, absolutely. But I also think the people that'll go over there, they'll probably lose some prog on P3 because of it. I don't think everyone's gonna be all set up, all bissed out. Forge Day 1 goals. Bro, if we can get any form of even close to 20 prog on day 1, we're up tremendous. That's a blessing. Yeah, if we can get gear, if we can get anything above 10, then people are going to be pretty well set up. I'll be right back. I have to piss like crazy. I'm gonna park myself in a safe area. I think PTR is about to come down. So see ass with syrup or jelly. Oh, I like it for the flavor. No, I feel like that's like putting ketchup on a steak. Like, I eat ass for the ass. I'm not eating ass to like hide good ass behind like mid-tier condiments. Like, why would you go out to a steakhouse and be like, oh yes, please, your finest bottle of ketchup? Like, if I go somewhere where there is ass to be eaten, it's gonna be ass. Are you playing with foot pedals? No, I use a 2-button MMO mouse, no foot pedals. All of my binds are on my keyboard. I play vertical keyboard, and my left hand is dancing like it is a fucking K-pop concert in this bitch. So, we talking about pulled pork? No, just straight eating ass. We were discussing olives earlier, and I came to the conclusion that I would rather eat ass than eat an olive. And it's not even a question of like, what ass? It's just ass. I'd let the person with the olive pick at that point. I really wouldn't want to eat an olive. Olives are gross. They're a weird texture. They're a weird consistency. They're just overall like, I think F tier. What about black olives on pizza? That's disgusting. That's an absolute travesty. What if I pissed in your lemonade? Like, why would I ruin that? And the thing about it is you can't just like pick black olives off of a pizza because it will still taste like black olives. Black olives are like snails. They leave a little fucking trail wherever they touch, and that trail just fucking corrupts everything. Coming from the man that likes pineapple? Yeah, pineapple and bacon on a pizza is fucking phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely. That's called sweet and salty. What even is the flavor profile of an olive? It's awful. It's not even like categorized. Olives are good. Black olives on pizza are terrible. Half of that message is good. Real bacon, yeah, not Canadian bacon. Well, Canadian bacon is just fucking shitty ham. Canadian bacon is just worse deli ham. What do you mean? Pineapple, bacon, and black olive. No. Pineapple, bacon, and jalapeno. I'll sub out your black olive for jalapeno. Yeah, Canadian bacon sucks. Like, if I'm making an Eggs Benedict, I quite literally made Eggs Benedict recently. I used ham. I used an Applewood smoked off the bone ham. I'm not looking at some fucking drab slice of grayish Canadian ham. I don't want that shit. It's bad, it's boring, and we got it better here in goddamn America. Give me jalapeno on a pizza 99% of the time. Jalapeno on everything kind of slaps. I don't really think there's a bad place for jalapeno. Actually, you guys know the Dusty W Cope emote? The one where I look like I'm crying? That's because I had cut up peppers to like make myself a snack on stream, some jalapenos included. And I came back in and I went to like wipe my face, like wipe my eyes at one point, and I like pepper sprayed myself. Hot honey's a move these days for pizza. Hot honey is fire, I will say, but I don't know, like salami, jalapenos, and hot honey on a pizza fucks. That is a banger combo, I will say. Canadian ham is not bacon, it's sliced ham. I ordered Canadian bacon at a diner first. The first time was and sent it back because I didn't order ham. Yes, it's literally just ham. It's like the low tier, like squarish, rounded edges ham that we all had for poverty ham sandwiches when we were growing up before we allocated our funds to higher quality ham. It's that simple. It's ass. It's a sorry excuse for ham, and honestly, a sorrier excuse for bacon. And I'm disappointed in Canada for that. I actually support Canada a lot. Really, I approve of a lot of their actions. But I feel like, well, this shit's just not acceptable. What is a long hot? Is that a sausage? Maine is pretty much Canada? Maine is Canada with much better things. Yes. Yes. Maine is literally just improved Canada. Yes. If you go interact with a Quebecois and then come interact with me, it's entirely different. We sound different. We talk different. We are different. And I'm telling you, it's more pleasurable over here. It's a much better experience. Now, said the same about American bacon? That it was bad? How did you prepare it? Because I have a very easy bacon trick for everybody. You just take a cooking sheet, like a baking sheet, put tinfoil down if you don't want to clean it. And then you just start your oven preheated to 425. While it's preheating, you put your bacon in the oven. And then it renders the fat down as it heats up. Once it hits 425, flip the bacon and then let it cook for another few minutes until your desired crispiness, and congratulations, you'll have delicious bacon cooked evenly with the fat rendered down. And if you really want to go another step, you can just sprinkle some brown sugar on that bitch on the flip and then candy the fuck out of it. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. American bacon is superior. I love me a good buffalo chicken pizza. Buffalo chicken is S tier. Buffalo chicken dip, buffalo chicken pizza, buffalo chicken, anything. I'll be right back. Hot take, I like rubbery bacon. You're fucking delusional. I'll be right back. Hi chat, I went pee and then my nipples were hard because it's cold, so I got a sweatshirt as well. My nipples were not hard because I went pee though. Although I will say, when I pee, I shiver. Does anybody else shiver when they pee? Like you just get one good, like, ooh, like one good body shiver? It's an every time thing. It's happened since I was a kid. Yeah? Okay, shiver peers? Okay, yeah. Wait. Why is PTR still up? Did they take down the wrong server again? Or is it supposed to be down right now? Is it down right now and I'm still in? I'm still up. Yeah, what? Maybe it like just went down or something? But I'm still in running around. PTR down. Streamer client confirmed? We're here. I don't know. I'm just over here writing 5.5 in a Jiffy guide for new players. Listen, that's a banger. Wait, 5.5? 5.5? What do you mean 5.5? Oh, are you talking about like leveling 5.5? That's massive. I was like, wait, phase 5.5. Gotta go, but looking forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. Don't fucking lie. If I see you, you're dead. You're not looking forward to seeing me. You better hope you don't see me. Dorf, sleep well, dog. And with one eye open. Chat, always remember Planendorf isn't op and he is kill on sight. Do not let him fool you. He may come off as friendly, but he is foe. He is foe. I keep sunglasses on my desk because of him. I've been personally attacked by the Planendonger. He pulled me into lava twice, by the way. Literally told my chat one gifty and I killed Dusty. And did it! Also, got me a gifty. Thank you for that one, Donger. I saw Planendorf last night. Wait, where did you see Planendorf last night? Do you have an IRL plug with Planendorf, or did you catch him in game? Planendorf made it into my AI art? Yo, chat, by the way, everybody that's here, there is an AI art contest that Katz is running. Now, since PTR is going down, I will talk about this and everybody can get started. This is completely free to enter and it's just a fun thing where if you do want to throw down, you can. Let me pull up the announcement so I don't say anything wrong with it. Announcements. Nope, not that one. Events. All right. So, there's an AI art contest. The rules. It must be AI art. There is a maximum of 3 entries per member. The AI prompt must have the word cat or cats. The AI art will have to be cats with abs related. Ideally, the guild, the community, some way, shape, or form. You must be depicting a scene. Hold on, I'll pull up the Discord. Yeah, we're good. Bop. Okay. So, must be AI art. Maximum of 3 entries per member. AI prompt must have the word cat/cats. You spelled prompt wrong. That's a 6-letter word, not a 5. That's not for Wordle. Carlos playing a lot of Wordle lately. AI art will have to be cats with abs related. Guild events, actual cats with abs, cats lore, anything to do with ashes. Must be depicting a scene. You must post your prompt with your picture so we know what it's based off of. All entries will be judged by me on their silliness and their creativity. So, we'll be judging them here. I'll be looking at all of your submissions. So, if you guys want to do something, you can do a Microsoft Paint art if you really do want to. As you know, I have a very, very soft spot for Microsoft Paint art. I do love that shit. ChatGPT, you guys can do it right through there, and we will be judging those. So, what do you win? You get a starter mount from one of our animal husbandrists, which you may say, wow, a starter mount. Keep in mind, these starter mounts could also be apprentice mounts depending on how hard we hit the ground with our animal husbandress. So you'll get a mount, and if you're in guild, you evade your taxes for the first week. So you get many, many, many things. Many, many, many things. But apprentice mounts also potentially there too. It's worth 60 silver. People are gonna pay for mount upgrades on RIP. Brother, that shit's worth a lot more than just the refining cost. People make a lot of money on animal husbandry early on. A lot of money on animal husbandry early on. Especially with apprentice being available early. People are going to be paying a lot of gold for apprentice mounts. Because the ram's getting nerfed for launch. That's not going to be a thing. So, yeah, it's literally, it's a free thing to do. There's, like, it's not an actual, like, fucking competition where you're supposed to win $1 million. It's just for fun. Like, if you guys want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. It's free to enter. Like, very simply put, you enter for nothing. You make a cool little AI art, and then you win a mount if your AI art's good. I don't think there's any, like, bad side to that if I'm being real. But if I'm missing something, then please feel free to enlighten me. I think that's just kind of dope that we're even trying to put shit like that on for people. and opening it up to the public too, by the way. It was originally going to be guild only, but we opened it up for everyone. So, if you don't want to have to take the time to farm up a mount early on or pay for one, put your money towards other shit when it's very hard to make money and quite literally every penny counts. Boys, congrats. We have a way for you to do so. I just 3-peated a rogue at level 8 on PTR. Shatter combo's working. I mean, is that all it is? You just drop a shatter combo and then it's GG? Fun activities all around? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We may not always be able to, in about 10 minutes, PTR will be coming down. We're getting prepared for Alpha 2 Phase 3 to start tomorrow. Thank you for joining us for testing here. About 10 minutes until PTR is down. My AI's cooking. Swag. Now, keep in mind, the rewards were also thought of, or like the awards were also thought of before we knew that it was going to be apprentice tables in the nodes. So if we're able to get apprentice mounts fast enough, we could always see them upgraded to apprentice mounts, which include way more than just like a wolf or a T1 mount. So keep that in mind too. It's all about how the progression is going for everybody. So my AI's cooking. I love that. 3 submissions. Make sure you include your prompts. Hoofs didn't put in his prompts. Uh-oh. We're down horrendous, Mr. Hoofington. I think we'll be fine to come here. I think. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Am I, though? Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. We just gotta get out fast, I think. But I think I'm gonna give us a good path. Realistically, I think we'll be fine. Anvils will be great. What if I'm not doing the anvils? What if I'm going Riverlands, brother? What if I wildcard and I bring my entire group over to the Riverlands? Because genuinely I may. Very, very, very simply put. Off to bed, still worn out from this week. Yo, bad dad. I hope to see you tomorrow, dude. I will be live nice and early. It'll be Coffee with Dusty for the P3 pre-show. And then we will be going into our launch. We're going Riverlands? We might be going Riverlands. We might be going Riverlands. I know. I kind of had everybody grinding the anvils. But a lot of data looks like a lot of people are going to be going anvils. And I don't know how much can actually be supported there. Because it's only wilderness spawns and low-level pocket dungeons before you transition into the tropics. And we know how the tropics worked out for me last launch. Very poorly, by the way, if you don't know. So, they did pull in the Ashes Discord and was surprised by how close it was. Yeah. No, I agree. And not everybody is voting in that too, right? So that's obviously not going to be 100% accurate, but I definitely think a lot of people will be looking at the anvils, and I think it's smart for us to hedge our bets to a certain extent. If we have a lot of groups that are going anvils, having at least 1 or 2 going Riverlands is very good, because we want to make sure that we are getting groups ahead of the curve and progressing and leveling quickly. So that way we can get to the point of 20 plus prog, 20 plus gearing and farming that end game. And then going back and like, you know, doubling back to help people level and gear up. That's one thing that we don't want to lose out on, to have the node leveled. Because the nodes and the anvils will level regardless, right? It's just a matter of having it a little quicker. If we get shut down in some of our groups and just have really bad luck, it's going to be tough for us to recover immediately, so I'd rather at least have one playing from ahead than everyone playing from behind. So that's kind of the thought process. Double-mounted anvil is still going to be a thing. Ram is getting nerfed before launch, according to Steven. I don't know if double-mount anvils is still going to be a thing. If it is, that is definitely worth keeping in mind as a, you know, as a buff to the anvils. That's huge. I don't know for sure, though, if it's going to be a thing. Yeah, but I don't trust Steven. Well, I don't trust you. You're looking at me all fucking weird. Looking at me like I'm a goddamn piece of meat. Why would I trust you with those beady eyes? Yo, Titan, what up, my friend? How many players on launch, you think? Launch P3? Like launch day? I think the population will increase through the weekend and peak first weekend, at least immediate population, right? Launch day itself, I think we passed 10K for launch day peak. Between the two servers, I definitely think there's a lot of potential for that. Labor Day weekend. Yeah, I mean, a non-zero amount of people will get cooked for Labor Day weekend because they'll have families that want to travel and spend time together. That's pussy shit. Like, just don't. So, people could absolutely grind like crazy. 4K answer the poll? Oh, yeah, but I guarantee a lot of people did not answer the poll. I mean, source, I didn't answer the poll. Whoops, I just spilled water on myself. Lock, thank you for the hydrate. In about 5 minutes, the PTR will be coming down. We're getting prepared for Alpha 2 Phase 3 to start tomorrow. Thank you for joining us for testing here. Thank you, GM, that is putting out the announcement. You are a gentle person and a scholar. 5 minutes is just enough time for me to sort out the information that I want to sort out here, I think. And then we'll be good to go. Because if I can get this last tidbit of information before server drops, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be very happy. I worry about contested areas, but at the end of the day, like, getting 225 is going to happen regardless. Having a fast start is preferred, of course. But, like, there are methods of recovery, even if you do cook your start a little bit. Want to log into the PTR to say goodbye to everyone who's got to download? No, not like this. Yeah, that's going to be tragic. You are not getting there in 5 minutes. We have a lot of time. Go, let's have a good time. Yeah, like, obviously, we don't want to be massively behind the curve. But I think that there's plenty of opportunity to, like, fuck up and still be massively ahead of the curve. Because the curve is the average player, right? Now, if you're trying to be top 0.1% instead of top 1%, that's a different level of investment and demand, right? But I think for a lot of people, leveling can quote-unquote go wrong in a myriad of ways, and you can still progress just fine. Obviously, like, leveling faster is going to allow you to get into stuff quicker and, you know, get drops quicker, hand stuff out quicker. It is a huge thing to level faster. But I also feel like there's a level of forgiveness that's built into it. Now, the question is, how many levels up are we comfortable fighting? That is the million-dollar question right now. But I think I've got a good rotation for us. I'm really liking it, actually. I'm really liking it. I've got a good rotation for us. Made a group chat for your group. Massive. Did 9 to 10 2 stars as 4 level 7s. How was the XP there? Yeah, I mean, 3 levels is definitely the, like, straightforward point of it. I think 3 to 4 levels is solid. Yeah, what are the biggest things coming with P3, if you could summarize? Every single system in the game is getting changed in some way, shape, or form. We're going to Unreal Engine 5.6. Yo, Fernando, thank you for the follow. Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3, which is a huge upgrade in terms of visual and functional standpoints. We're going to have dynamic gridding functioning, which will basically help, hopefully, ensure that the servers are running smooth all the time, no matter how many players are on them. It's going to be insane. So yeah, quite literally every system is receiving changes to it, whether it's PvE, PvP, gathering, refining, crafting, econ systems, progression systems, just everything. There are level 4 towns now for the node progression instead of level 3 being the highest. Vassaling is a system now, so basically when a node hits level 3, it takes a level 2, 1, or 0, as it's like child node. The child cannot level to the same tier as the parent. When a node levels to 4, it takes 2 level 3s. So that basically forces regionality on the server. So now we'll have the actual server progression without every node being, you know, the same level. They changed flying mounts to only be available to tier 4 mayors instead of all tiers of mayors. Transmogs are being distributed to people, so I should probably upgrade my pack before tomorrow so I can look cool. So, especially with a real cleric. Wait, Strag, were you the cleric? Don't devalue yourself. I bet you were a phenomenal cleric. I bet you went absolutely sicko mode as a goddamn cleric. And I want you to puff your chest out with some fucking pride, brother. I bet you played the shit out of that cleric like no one's ever played that cleric before. Day 1, you should be comfortable fighting people up to 5 levels higher at least. Right. The thing about it is, how is the mob damage scaling coming in? Every 20 seconds he was like, oh god, I hope this heals. That's the best thing to hear as a tank, if I'm being completely honest. So let me guess. You heard that and it was just like a hold block and hope for the best? Because that would be my response if I were to say so myself. That would most definitely be my response. Also, boys, if anybody is new to the channel, our PTR is about to go down and there will be no ashes until 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. But tomorrow, before 1 p.m. EST, I will be live with the Phase 3 pre-show, which is essentially just me going to be chilling with chat. But 1 p.m. EST servers are supposed to go up. I am popping a 24-hour stream off tomorrow. Minimum, by the way, 24 hours. Maybe even longer if I'm not falling asleep like Summit watching CSGO. So, if you guys are not already following the channel, please make sure that you do drop the follow while you're here now so you don't miss when I go live today or any day. And from there, you can get all of the Ashes content all the time. I stream every single day. I have streamed now 790 consecutive days without a single day off. And I stream a lot of Ashes all the time. So, if you guys have any questions, please always feel free to ask whatever you're wondering. I'm always more than happy to answer whatever I can along the way for you guys. So, more than happy to be here, and more than happy to answer anything a million times if I have to. Do they have any plans to make the grind for leveling a little less of a grind that you know of? So I mean, elaborate, kind of like less of a grind would be my first step there. So, do you mean less of a grind just in terms of, like, less time to max level? Like, more quick? Or do you mean, like, more things to do along the way? Because the latter, yes. The former, no. Leveling is actually going to get slower as it goes. Suppose the mob grinding with questing? Okay, valid. Some people are like, man, Dusty, it takes a long time to level, and I'm like, wait till it over doubles. But yeah, so questing has already come a long way. There are people in this chat that will tell you right now, up and down, that questing is the most optimized start for leveling. There are people in the chat that will tell you that gathering is the sleeper agent of the year for leveling. So there are definitely more, like, alternative forms of progression than there were before. Questing is still something where, like, the world, RIP PTR, the world is very large, right? There are a lot of quests that will bring you a vast distance across the world. And as a result, you'll have natural downtime with your questing experience. So, in that downtime, you're not going to be gaining any XP. You're going to be running place to place. You'll complete your quests, then you'll chunk up a little bit, right? Which is great, but the downtime is the killer. So, it's definitely doable. Doing everything is worthwhile for leveling? Yeah, absolutely. I think there is still a hierarchy where group-based mob grinding is going to be your most efficient, consistent experience. But I think questing is doable. I think gathering and leveling 1 to 25, gathering, refining, and crafting is also doable. Not only doable, but people are, like, talking about how good it might be. So, hope to join a cast tomorrow level. Look, you're in the Discord, right? Please, for the love of God, make sure you're in the Discord. Everybody needs to be in the Cat's Discord. If you guys are not in the Discord, you need to be in the Discord. Also, we do have leveling groups that are going to be looking for fills. So this will be the place to be if anybody is looking for a group. You will literally be using this as you're looking for a group. Should I ask to join? Yeah, ask to join, get your roles. If you guys are going to be playing with cats, make sure that you get your perms in ask to join. We will get you your perms and then you'll be able to make your ticket. That is a step of like verifying that you're active with us and it's your communication one-to-one with leadership. So essentially get your perms, get your access. So not gonna be playing till a weekend. Should I still rush joining? I would, simply so you have the like, you know, the role all in place. You understand how the guild's shaping up. You can talk to people ahead of time, figure out like where you're going to be setting up your gathering and stuff, like where you can kind of contribute the most, do what you want to do. So the other day, a few of my friends told me we were playing in phase 3 and we were playing with a new group. Turned out it was Cats with Abs. Yo, let's go. We're happy to have you, dude. We're very happy to have you. Cats is a community that hopes to grow over the entirety of playtesting. We started in P2. I came over from New World after 7,000 plus hours of trying to make New World a better place. I played thousands of wars over in New World, and most players in New World never played a single war. So when I left New World, it was a very big thing. I was comfortable over there streaming wise. I had enough viewers and enough subs to be full time and not have to worry about much, right? I was 150-ish average viewers day in and day out. And you know, the community was supportive over there because I was holding out for them and trying to make their game a better place. But New World just kind of weighed on me over time, and we tried to bring new players in and get them access to war content, and server transfers made it impossible because as soon as the server was fun, people came into it and killed that server. So came over here and we brought Cats over, phase 2. And people didn't know if we were serious about things or not. I came over as a streamer, and a lot of people kind of like questioned what I was about as well. I remember when you had cat ears on your headset when I first saw you. Yeah, the first impression can be a crazy one with those puppies. I was asking about tech stuff then? Yeah. And we're still here now. The cat ears were a fucking crazy inside joke from New World that has since been retired because the concept of it was lost, not having the New World backstory to it. And I really didn't like having to articulate to everybody that backstory. So those have been since retired, but we'll have our own lore pieces over here that surely shape up. So, but yeah. So basically like phase 2, people didn't really know if we were serious, right? People thought that I was just another content creator that was going to come in, be bad at video games, and then complain anytime I died in PvP and say, stream snipers. And then people started to realize that I was here all the time, always trying to grind, always trying to get more information myself, and always trying to figure more out. And a lot of people helped me learn the game. And now I'm at the point where I can help a lot of other people learn the game. And we still have a very high level of iron sharpens iron. We learn more about the game every single day thanks to an entire community of players that love sharing the info. And we've just grown consistently. We're now at the spot where we PvP with and against the best of the best in the game, and we still open our community to being the most casual friendly, like, you know, top end desiring guild. We open it to everybody of any skill level and just say, hey, we have a community for you to play with and enjoy your time with. And that is, in my opinion, a really large thing to celebrate. In something as difficult as Ashes to even get set up in, we've got set up in a very meaningful way while doing things the way that we wanted to do them and sticking to our guns. So I'm real happy about that, and I think it just continues all the way now through launch. And hopefully by the time the game fully launches, we've got such a dedicated community of players that we're able to do whatever content we want whenever we want to, and people can have fun doing it. And that's the biggest thing. Also, Locke, thank you for the hydrate before you went to bed. How do you expect launch to go tomorrow? One thing I haven't followed is how bad the launches go. I mean, I expect this launch to be better than the Phase 2.5 launch. So, this was a big thing with the May 1st entries. The Wave 3 pack was for a May 1st entry because May 1st was the initial date for Phase 3 launch, but they restructured it to have a new stress test start on May 1st. And then basically from there, May 1st was going to end and then go to Phase 3. That's what we had for Phase 2.5. So with P2.5, a lot of those Wave 3 key holders expected to come in and have like a smooth experience and a smooth, you know, smooth launch, smooth onboarding. But on the Intrepid side, they were basically like, hey, this is a stress test. We are shoving every single player globally onto one server. Have fun, good luck, break stuff as much as you can. It'll get better, but bear with us, right? And not every new player knew that, nor were they ready for that. So basically, like, that launch went really poorly, but it was also supposed to. Like, a stress test isn't necessarily supposed to go well in an alpha. So what we did get from that was an immense amount of back-end, like, networking updates, server worker performance updates, and the actual, like, fluidity of how the world runs improved drastically because of that stress testing period. So phase 3 is less of a stress test intent and more of a progression intent, right? So the stress testing has hopefully led to dynamic gridding being in a spot where it's usable. And we're gonna see that tomorrow. If it is usable, our launch should be smooth. The two different servers are going to help that pretty exponentially. But the resources should be in place between two servers, between all of the improvements that they've made to support the amount of people that, you know, we're looking to get. Now, our one server peaked at 8,100 concurrent players for the phase 3 launch. I don't necessarily think we'll peak. Maybe NA does, but I think it'll be like 7K and maybe like 4K, maybe like 6K and 4K, somewhere in there. I don't know if EU will get 4K though. Maybe like 6K and 3K, maybe a little under 10K peak. Either way, I think we'll definitely be numbers wise in a spot where hopefully the server infrastructure can hold up. Then it's just a matter of like how many people can physically be supported on the playable space. Competition is a bitch. And if you're late to the party and every single grind is counted for, then, like, you know, you go to quests, you complete the quests that are easy, but then every quest is like, go here, kill these, then gather this, and you can't get the kills or the gathers. That's when it starts to feel like a little bit of an, shit, right? But I think my biggest thing that I'm hoping for is legitimately just a smooth onboarding for players coming in as they open the floodgates. It's a Tuesday at 1 p.m., so I don't necessarily think every player in the world is going to be ready to play at Tuesday at 1 p.m., to say the least. So I'm hoping they have a relatively smooth onboarding of players. Yes, it'll be floodgates being opened, but it's not going to be every single person that has a pack logging in. So, had terrible luck with day 1 servers, so I'm nervous. I think day 1 servers are notoriously bad in live services, to be fair. I don't really think many people have had smooth experiences with day 1 servers. If I'm being completely real, I even think back to like fucking Diablo 3 launch day 1 servers. I convinced my mom to let me stay home from school for that shit, and then just couldn't play. So that was a whole thing. Yeah, day 1 servers are always cooked, and I think at the bare minimum, if day 1 servers are, you know, accessible for players in a smooth way. And realistically, from my experience in phase 2.5, right, I talked about how it was terrible and there was so much crashing and this and that. Because I and my group put an emphasis on getting the fuck out of the starting area and off of that starting server worker, we didn't crash or disconnect. People were theorizing that I was on a streamer whitelist in the Discord for phase 2.5 launch because I wasn't DCing. It was kind of absurd. But if you get off of those starting server workers that are just like crazy contested and populated, then you're very likely going to have a much smoother experience. So that's why, like, when it goes live tomorrow, that's why I want to be here early. I want to coordinate with my group. I want to be in VC. And then when we start, I want to have all of us immediately link up in the best area. And I want us to just hoof it. So the sprint out of the starting area is like Whiplash. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mans didn't have a horse for how many days? Bro, I forgot that. I didn't even have a horse for like 6 fucking days. Oh, my God. Coordinate with Group aka Devin for 8 hours? Listen, I coordinate where we go, and then I coordinate that nobody has to fucking die, and then I talk about important things. I'm not gonna be there shooting the shit, because I gotta work. Papa's gotta make the money. But that sprint button group 1, yes sir. Everybody about to be sprinting. Everybody about to be sprinting. Absolutely. How? So I started very early. I got my horse. Carla had issues getting in, and then she launched late, and the starting server workers were so cooked and populated when she launched that we were just like, get out however you can. I gave her my horse, and the server workers were cooked for a while, and then like by the time they were back up, we just didn't want to go back. So we just kept progressing, and then it ran into a spot where I was like, okay, well, I guess I just run. So I got really good at like b-hopping and movement tech because of that, actually. Like I was good with movement tech before then, but I discovered significant things with just like little toe tap and shit. So yeah. I was sprinting, and I was like charge spamming and stuff to move around the world. So I bet you $100 if you get your horse, Planendorf gives you one. Wait, what? I bet you 100 subs if you get your horse, Planendorf. What? What in the drunk? Toast, I just had a stroke. And I think you also did. I think you just gave me a secondhand stroke. Going fighter till new race launches, then might try another class, maybe ranger. Gotta lock in something for game launch. Bro, honestly, I think fighter's gonna be really good. Oh, if you don't get a horse, Planendorf would give you one? I don't know. I don't know, like, mounts once people have stuff is a different thing than mounts if somebody doesn't have mount. If you smell toast, you're having a stroke. Yeah, but what if Carla's cooking right now? Because, like, Carla's cooking. Daisy chain strokes. Is that like when I hold your and then you hold? Anyways. The medical condition, not the type we practiced. Okay. Yeah. No. Right. Got it. That's docking, not daisy chain. No, docking is like putting one in the other. I believe technically if I'm holding your dick... No. So basically, if I'm holding your dick, I'm just jerking you off. But like, I could hold my dick and then you could grab my arm and then you could hold your dick and I could grab your arm, and that's a double Dutch rudder. So that's basically like the condom of a bro job. So basically you're holding your own dick, but I'm holding your arm while you're holding your dick. And then it's not sus because I'm just moving your arm. You're the freak. So then if we're all in a line and we kind of have like a crossover or like every person to their left, I guess it would have to be a circle. That'd be like the water wheel, we could call it. What a time to come back to the stream. Exclamation TwitchCon, by the way. If anybody's free in October, TwitchCon is going to be an absolutely blessing of a time. It's gonna be phenomenal. A lot of fun stuff planned. The wheel. We have reinvented the wheel. And the phrase about how it probably shouldn't be reinvented, I think remains true. Have you seen Silicon Valley? No, I don't watch much TV. I have not seen many shows other than like bits and pieces and a couple episodes here and there. I kind of like suck at watching TV. Because it's just like, it's such a commitment. And like, I'd rather just stream. I've been like watching some movies here and there. Because like, Carla and I will chill for a couple hours after stream. And just like hang out before bed and stuff. So we've been watching a couple movies and stuff in downtime when there's not cleaning to do. But I don't know, even that's not like full shows and stuff. So I don't know. I've always struggled to just get fully behind a show. It's like getting your dick sucked isn't gay if you suck a dick. I don't know though, cause like, if somebody pays me to put on a police officer uniform and pretend to be a cop, then I'm an actor. If somebody pays me to suck the dick, is it sus at all, or am I just taking a good business opportunity? And keep in mind, if you pay somebody for sex, you're hiring a prostitute. If you pay somebody for sex and record it, you're now a director of an adult film and probably have an IMDb. So there are levels to everything. And it's like, you know, you get caught in an undercover cop sting where they're like, oh, I got you. I'm a hooker. And then you're like, ah, you're on camera. And then you guys just fuck anyways because it's legal. So, you know, you always got to have that camera on you. Always have that fake taxi type shit going. Money's money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think at that point, it's just a profession. I think a lot of people would do a lot more for a lot less hourly. Like, realistically, I'll be a Buckington. If somebody offered you $1,000 for head, right? Take that, the time to nut, the TTN, right? And then calculate that versus what you make at work. I know I for sure am not making $1,000 in 5 minutes on stream. Too low? Well, you do well at work then, congratulations. Or you give terrible head. But that's way more money than most people will ever make hourly at their job. So, either open up better or just, I don't know, congratulations on making it, Hoofs. But that's a good amount of money. Now, okay, Hoofs, what's your number? How much would I have to pay you to suck my dick? God fucking damn it. Are we talking like 10K? What are we talking for a hoof job here? As a friend, like... Saw that coming. Okay, so you've been thinking about a number. If you saw it coming, clearly you've been considering a number. If you anticipated it, there's been a thought of how much would it take to suck Dusty. At this point, it'd just kind of be like a refund, right? Be like a fucking reimbursement. He'll clop you. The hoof jobs are crazy. Hoof does fund the streams, so checks out. Life is a risk analysis. Listen, analyze is one of my favorite words because analyze and analyze, if you type them both out, are the exact same. And you can't really tell the difference until you get there. So, it's just, what would happen if I clipped this and sent it to Carla? Oh, she hears everything. She's in the kitchen. There's a mad echo that goes, oh, she hears it loud and clear and probably has stream pulled up. She understands what I have to do to make ends meet full time. I'm streaming a fucking alpha. This game doesn't exist yet. You think I'm here because of fucking hard work? Brother, I haven't posted a YouTube video in 5 months. The fuck you think I'm doing to push this sub count up? Jesus Christ. 20 bucks is 20 bucks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That 20 bucks is a fucking slash gift 4. Honestly. Actually, that's 24 bucks. RIP Kobe. Somebody gift 8 more for Kobe. Is Carla gonna be able to step away from League to heal us? Carla's locked in. She loves having something to play for, but phase 2.5 was so boring for her because she got the, like the, you know, it has an end date, I don't want to burn out mentality. So like, she got cooked by that, but she's excited for P3. Just because there's something to do. Like, keep in mind, Carla was the person that got me into Ashes by begging me to play for a very, very, very long time. She was in the original Castle Siege test, like, way back, and, like, worked very hard to get me into Ashes. Yo, Savo, my dog, the
Speaking
7 months.
That, I'll be sure to cash this in for later
Hey,
this
yo.
weekend. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Hey, yo. Also, maybe at TwitchCon TM? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Is level cap staying 25? For now, yes, but over the course of phase 3, no. Like, level cap's going to be 50. We'll see expansions to it, of course. As Tam said, probably sometime after Summoner. I would say probably our best chance at level expansion is either prior to or with secondaries actually being implemented, because secondaries come in at level 25. And if we have, you know, level 25 cap and then secondaries come in, well, you're going to select your secondary and then probably not do anything with it. So I think level expansion is only, you know, logical in terms of that and just kind of grouping those together. But I've been wrong on a lot of things before, to say the very least. I'm not running the hottest chain of predictions, if I'm being honest with myself, in recent times. It's been rough. If I predicted that the sun was going to come up in Vera tomorrow, it would be a 24-hour night. Marble race when? Ooh, maybe judging the contest and then marbles races before P3 launch. Ooh, marble streams would be hype. Yeah. The only people who stayed in 2.5 had to. Shows up boring. I'm not even starting P3 till Summoner comes out. There's no new content. Well, that's absolute cap. Have you played the PTR at all? Yeah, I don't know, like, it's perfectly okay to feel like there's not a lot to do, but the entire game is functionally different in terms of how you're actually going to be accomplishing your goals. Now, you have to remember that the goals of Ashes and the vision is going to still be the same, but to say there's no new content is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. Like, simply put, I can disprove that by saying the entire node loop has changed, which is one of the core systems. Not enough content, I'm an endgamer. What are you looking for endgame content then? Because the entire node system just got a massive change and that is your endgame. Crafting got a massive change and that is your endgame. What type of endgame are you looking for? Is it instance content? Because that's not going to be your repeatable endgame that you're acquiring your best gear from. That's going to be narrative built. So I guess I'm kind of curious where you think that there's no new content or not enough content. Raids, I call raids? Yeah. No, that's fair. Like, even an open world one. But I think a lot of people say endgame and they just expect, like, more instancing. Yeah, instanced. See? Everyone that says it says instancing. Instancing is never going to be a part of your core gameplay loop. Get that out of your head right now, because that's not Ashes. Steven said very recently that instance dungeons are not going to be repeatable content that you get actual, like, good gear out of. Those are going to be narrative building. So funny enough, those will actually be coming in. Instanced will complement your storyline, so to say. But you already have storylines and evolution and lore that you can learn from the world. It's just non-linear. You're not going to have one main story quest progression simply because the world's not one main part that you swerve throughout, right? So in terms of that, like, there's already a ton of lore that does exist, like a ton. More dungeons, completely valid. More dungeons, that is honestly the most valid thing you said, in my opinion. I think an emphasis with that is, keep in mind, in terms of the new content, you have an entire new gearing, movement, time to kill, mob, drop rate, damage change, everything. Right. That also does revolve around grand dungeons too, but I just play MMOs. But, well, I'm not saying that you don't play MMOs. No one's shaming you, it's discussion. No one's, like, fucking saying you're wrong. We're just trying to establish the proper expectations with you. We're not saying you're an idiot for saying instanced. We're just pointing out that instance content that's, like, repeatable, replayable, best in slot acquisition isn't going to be a thing. So, like, if that's what you're looking for, we're just trying to establish the expectation that, like, don't look for that, because that's not going to be a thing. And to hold that as an expectation is only going to lead yourself to disappointment, because Steven is the person that makes the decisions on things, and simply put, has said that it won't be an emphasized thing. So yeah. That's a big thing to keep in mind. I never have these discussions for the sake of fucking shaming people. If I wanted to shame people, I'd just go full Dustman Gold and call people idiots and fucking ban people and make a mockery out of people. I'm not here for that. I'm here to talk about, like, what Ashes actually is and kind of help people from having false expectations. And just like from the instance standpoint, right? I just don't think that there's much instancing, and that's like the number one thing that I hear from players where they're like there's not enough. But I do, like, I will side with you, but I would like you to hear me out on one thing and consider my side of it. I think the core gameplay loop is actually in a very baseline sense there. I think it's actually accessory loops that we're missing more than anything. The actual things to fight over. Building up a node, having a node war, having a node siege, fighting over a world boss, competing over mobs, node versus node wars, guild versus guild wars, other than guild castles, pretty much functionally in, but the accessory systems of things to do when those things are not happening are the things that we're actually missing. So like, while more dungeons will be cool, you're only going to do those dungeons until you have your gear, and then even if you have 1,000 dungeons, you're not going to do all 1,000 of those dungeons for 1,000,000 years, even if they're, you know, open world grindable. I think we actually need more accessory systems, like Kin said, arenas. I also look forward to arenas very heavily. Unironically, I think arenas will probably be a majority of my gameplay, but arenas also come with the risk reward, or kind of like the opportunity cost, where you're not getting anything in the open world at that time. You're not farming, you're not econing, you're not gathering, crafting, refining, anything like that. So yeah, I always try to kind of like put this out for consideration, that I think in terms of core gameplay, there is a lot that's actually pretty fun already. It's just when those core things aren't popping off, it's those accessory systems, right? They need replayability loops. Yeah. Yep. No, I absolutely agree. I just think a lot of those things come from more systems that aren't like, you know, the core element of like a node versus node war or a guild versus guild war. Like, those are in, but those aren't going to be like 1,000% of what you're doing all the time. You'll have to do stuff in between those, and then when a guild versus guild war pops off, it's spinning up for that. Node versus node war pops off, spinning up for that, right? And I think that what people lack is kind of like, you know, I don't know what to do with my hands right now. I've gathered for a couple hours. I PvE'd for a couple hours. I set up scrims for a little bit. So yeah, I definitely agree there. I think the replayability loops are the largest thing. I just think that they'll come from, honestly, a lot of it's going to be UGC, user-generated content, in terms of players like interacting with each other and shit. And then a lot of it, I think, is going to come from just future systems. But it's perfectly fair to weigh. I always just try to kind of like ask people what they're, you know, what they're not vibing with, especially when they're like, oh, there's no new content. Like, there is, it just might not be the content that people are looking for right now, which I think is a more fair thing to say, instead of just being like, ah, there's nothing new. Like, there's a lot that's new, it's just not, like, you know, adding in the replayability loops that certain people are looking for, right? And I think that's incredibly reasonable. Ashes isn't going to be in a spot now, or really ever, where it appeals to everybody and it's in a perfect spot, and I don't think that's the expectation. I just always try to kind of like get to the bottom of, and it doesn't even fucking impact me. I'm not an intrepid employee. I'm more so just morbidly curious and care about my community's input on things and how people are feeling. But yeah, no, I think it's perfectly fair to be like, yeah, I'm still waiting on more replayability, more systems and stuff like that. Because I also am, I'll be completely real. I always tell people part of the reason why I have so much fun playing Ashes all the time is because of you guys. Because I can sit here and yap. Like, I have a VOD running for visual right now, so you guys have something to watch for the ADHD. I'm sitting here with my legs all proper crossed, and hanging out with you guys for a few more minutes and just yapping before I go prep for the 24-hour stream. So, question, did you say yesterday that you knew how to copy your keybinds? Yes, actually. So, let me make sure that I don't... Oh, fuck. There's a walkthrough on it somewhere, but I think it's app data local %/AOC. Oh. User profile, app data. Oh, let me see if I can find it real quick. User profile, app data /local. App data local %/AOC. Ashes. What was it, chat? Does anyone remember this? You have to go into your ashes folder. And I need to find where that is. Saved. Because I have mine. Where the heck? This PC. Local. Program files. Intrepid Studios. Ashes of Creation. Prod PTR. AOC. Oh god, where was it? This is so much easier to find previously. What are you looking for? The way to get the keybind copy. There was the, like, going into, I think, like, the local app data or something like that. It was like %local. Oh, wait. %local app data. I'm going to see if I can find it before I show screen so I don't break anything. %/AOC. That wasn't it. God damn it. Local app data. %/ashes of creation. Nope. Oh, fuck me. Okay. We need to figure this out. Because there was a way that you could go in and it was your saved. It's %app data. %app data. Wait. %local app data. I knew it. App data. %\AOC. Okay. We got it. Cool. Hold on. Let me make sure my... There we go. Okay. So... It is exactly that. So you guys want to take that, and this is going to be all of your saved files. So you are looking for this saved folder. You're doing %local app data \AOC, and then that'll bring you into here. You just copy this entire saved folder, drag it elsewhere, and then just make a copy of it. This is going to save all of your binds. If you do not do this, you will have to rebind everything on launch. You'll be on default binds, and it'll be the new default binds. So, make sure it is %local app data \AOC. Whoops. %\AOC. And then you go there, and then you go saved, and then you just drag that elsewhere. And then when you go to launch your ashes tomorrow, after you update, before you launch, you will do the same thing, and then you will just drag this saved back in here. And then you will overwrite it. That should be compatible. I asked Jacob yesterday on the PTR if the carryover would still work. And he said it should. They seem to have fixed most of those issues. They confirmed that it's a fresh install, so it will cook your it'll cook your binds. So that's the big thing. They said that it uninstalls everything and then reinstalls everything, so it'll completely cook your binds. They confirmed that on PTR yesterday. Does the save include the PTR bindings because they added new binds? This should override, like, this should be your PTR bindings, your most recent save on closure. So basically, like, I'm gonna take this, and then I'm just gonna copy it. If I'm being real. That's about it. Replace. Whoops. We'll just copy that back. Easy peasy. So that's the same thing that you're going to do, that's the same thing you're gonna do tomorrow. You're just gonna drag those back in and you're gonna copy them over there. So might be borked then for those that pre-downloaded. If you pre-downloaded and then you launch the PTR after, it should take your PTR. It should take your PTR, in theory. I already downloaded the update. What did you launch most recently? Because it should save on your most recent close, to my knowledge. but you'll essentially drag that back in. And then it'll just go there. And then you should have the same saved file, and that should have all of your same settings, same everything. So if I were to relaunch, I'd be all set at this point. So yeah, I would recommend that. But it should take your most recent closure and then base it on that. So getting so used to redoing all my UI and binds that I find a better way each time. The efficiency. When can we download? You can download right now in the launcher. So the pre-download is up. So you'll want to make sure that you are pre-downloading. There will be another patch that goes out tomorrow. That patch will go out roughly 1 hour prior to server uptime. I will be live at about 10 a.m. So I have about 12 hours until I go live for a 24-hour stream. And then I won't be able to leave. Which means, realistically, I should probably go meal prep soon, because I still got to meal prep. And then I still got to sleep. Downloading right now and haven't played in weeks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There may still be a chance that your save folder is good. I don't know. I would check on that. Why does that have an X on it? Error. Weird. Very weird. What dis? Copy. Paste. No, not the shortcut. Delete. Paste. Actually paste. All right, we'll have to see what's what. Anyways, so I did full install, full uninstall and reinstall just cause. Fair. So the people's talking about uninstalling everything first, then install. Yeah, like if you have a slower PC, you can uninstall, reinstall. I just did the normal one. Is there small scale PvP or does everyone run raids? Right now, it's all open world. There will be arenas though. Those are more of like a future system. I'm hoping we get those soon though. I'm really looking forward to arenas. You can find small scale scrappy PvP, but like the element of like raids potentially just popping up whenever is definitely a big thing in the open world that you have to play around. So, but yeah, if you're playing on like a less than good build, then I wouldn't recommend doing the full install. It'll probably take you a while. If your build is fine, then you can full uninstall, reinstall, and you should be Gucci. But it's all on what you're doing. I would also just recommend if you have a shitty build, run it overnight, if I'm being completely real. I started it before stream expecting it to be pretty quick, and it was not. So, ready to lose the AI contest? Good. Get your submissions in. I think the submissions are in the Cats Discord. I think Carla's gonna make it public with the channel for the submissions maybe, and then I'm gonna be judging those. And then I think tomorrow we'll also do, have you seen it at all? No, I haven't looked in there at all. No, I try to remain blind to those things. So first impressions of them will be tomorrow. But yes. So tomorrow we're gonna be live at 10 a.m. EST, of course, 12 hours from now. We are going to be doing a little pre-show with judging the AI contest, the AI art contest for cats, and then we'll also be doing some marbles and just some general yaps hype up until the stream, up until the servers go live. And then when servers go live, we're up tremendous, boys. I cannot fucking wait. And I hope that you guys are also excited. But in order to be ready for that 24-hour stream, I do have to meal prep. I do have to get ready. And I do have to get a little bit of sleep tonight, to say the absolute least about it, my boys. So, we're going to call it here. And I'm going to be back a mere 12 hours from now for our 24-hour stream. That 24-hour stream is because of you guys, because of all of the support you've given this channel, because of all the support you've given me. Quite literally, it was a sub goal. Y'all paid for it. And y'all are going to fucking get it. So, as always, I am massively appreciative. Doesn't it start at 1? What do you mean, doesn't it start at 1? It's a 24-hour stream. It's the stream you're paying for, not the server uptime. Take it up with Intrepid. Take it up with Intrepid. We gotta be here early anyways. I said, if we hit a higher sub goal, I'd consider starting, I'd consider doing more than 24. Now, I may do more than 24 anyways. It depends on how I'm feeling at the 24, but I don't want to have a seizure. So we'll try to avoid that, but it'll be at least 24, possibly longer than 24. We'll have the little pre-show. We'll be ready for the launch. We'll get everybody all set up as best as we can, and we'll go from there. So, this is a good idea, listening to Dusty for 24 hours. Bro, the last time I did a long stream, 20 plus, was for May 1st launch, and it cooked my voice. I sounded like Jojo Siwa. All right, my dudes, I've got to get peacing out. I've still got some meal prep to do. I've got some cooking to do, so I'm going to get that taken care of. My guys, I will catch you tomorrow for Phase 3 Launcheroo. It is truly a blessing being your guys' content creator. I hope y'all continue showing up every single day. Today's 790 in a row, and I think 791 is going to be the start of a beautiful, beautiful period for stream. Y'all, I love you guys. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate y'all. I will catch you guys tomorrow for launch. Be here, 10 a.m. I want first in chat to be crazy competed for tomorrow, boys. I need to see my offline chatters here early with the brekkie and the coffee. I need it. I need the energy. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.